Dokie. Greetings, family. I know it's well past 9 o'clock. I meant to change the time on this thing because when I say literally, my last client for the evening just walked out of the house at 10:30. Like literally, as soon as I shut the door, I came up on this live. So I apologize for my severe tardiness, but I was not going to let this evening end without giving you the goods. Yeah, okay. So let's see if I can be more disciplined. I don't know why I keep saying that, like that's going to happen. But you know, one can dream, one can try. Okay? All right, so let me pull all my little scattered notes out. So, my name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I am back with y'all to give you the rest of the 411 about this week, which is flying by quite rapidly. Okay, so I went through all of those notes. I think I got everything. You didn't miss anything. I'm on here hella late. I just got up here. Literally just opened my computer. You ain't missed nothing. All right, let's see. Okay. Oh, thank you, Java Watson, for the donation, darling. Okay, so let me pull my shit together. Like I said, I literally just treated 3 people back to back. So that is why I am late. So I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the Mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our Mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. Thank you for the donation. FG Apothecary, it's good to see you up on here. Angelica, my homie, it's good to see you up on here this late evening. You feel me? Okay. So some housekeeping. I told you guys last night that I have 3 names that I am going to be focusing my Kali destructive energy on in tomorrow's ceremony for the equinox, and only 3 of you have asked for the names. Now, it'd be dope if we had about 60 something people weave these 3 names into this ceremony tomorrow to see what we can make happen. You feel me? With this magnanimous energy that is being handed to us tomorrow in the form of the eclipse. So if again you are interested in these 3 particular names, because me, like I said, my ambition is to focus on 3 names each month for the rest of the year, to use all of the energy and the movements of that month to, baby, deconstruct the old to make way for the new. And in order to deconstruct the old, we have to make sure that those that are preventing us, attempting to prevent us from regain control of our lives, are moved. What did Kali do? Remove all obstacles and enemies out of your way. So, super focus on 3 instead of casting a wide old net on the many. And every month, focus on a new 3 and let us see, after a month of Googling their names, Googling any news about them, to tap into the evidence of the conspiracies that we cast. You dig? Okay. All right. So email me. The email address for the temple is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. At gmail.com. To email me if you are interested in receiving a reading, if you're trying to schedule an appointment for a 5 elements consultation, wellness consultation, or if you are trying to get the 3 names that we need to super focus on for this equinox happening at California time, 2:02 a.m., which is basically Wednesday night, Thursday morning, 2:02 a.m. So Mountain Time, 3:02 a.m., Central Time, 4:02 a.m., and Eastern Time, 5:02 a.m. Thursday morning. Okay, we here in California are gonna be up at 2:02. You feel me? We just got the okay. So Angelica, you are tuning in, and you had been asking about this, and I've been dragging my feet on getting information out, but I did just get the confirmation tonight that ceremony. So anybody that is local here in LA, or in the LA area, local, we are doing a ceremony in Mount Washington tomorrow night, late. So set your alarm clocks because the peak of the equinox is at 2:02. So we're probably going to be up at the house, 10ish, and kick it for a couple of hours and get prepared to execute the ritual at 2:02. And then we won't linger much past that. Okay. So if you're interested in that, email me. I'm not going to put these details on this live. Email me if you are interested locally to participate. And then if you are wanting to be on the same page as we are, and you're somewhere else, email me. And so I can give you a rundown of what it is we're going to be doing, the names that you need to be using, so on and so forth. Okay. So email me tonight. Email me tonight, because tomorrow is going to be a crazy day as we prepare to transition into tomorrow evening. Okay. All right. Yes. Oh, there was something that I wanted to. Yes. It wasn't this. Walk like a warrior. Walk like a warrior. Walk like a warrior. Walk like a warrior. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna leave that there. All right. All right. So we're gonna go right into it. There were some questions that I got from some of you after yesterday's live, so I do want to address some of the questions that came in the form of emails overnight. So one really great question, it was a really good question somebody asked me, is it possible for me to do gallbladder work if I have had my gallbladder removed? And the answer is absolutely 1,000% yes. As a matter of fact, if you have had your gallbladder removed, it is even more important for you to be doing regular work with your gallbladder. Okay? So the reason that the answer is 1,000% yes is because when you have, so questions that I've gotten about this, whether it's the spleen or whether it's the gallbladder, those are two organs that are pretty regularly removed. As a matter of fact, since we already there, also hysterectomies, whether partial or complete hysterectomies, these are removals of organs. And so I get these questions a lot. Can I work with these organs? Can I, get any benefit from working with these organs if they have been removed? And the answer is yes. And the reason that the answer is yes is even if you have had a splenectomy or a gallbladder removal or hysterectomy, you still have the meridian associated with those organs. You still have the meridians associated with those organs. So there are 12 primary channels. Each one correspond with the 5 elements, okay? So and I haven't talked to you guys about this because this will be difficult to conceptualize, but the fire element actually has 4 organs that are associated with it, not 2. It actually has 4, okay? I'll write them down later, but in your physical heart, right? In your physical heart, your heart sits inside of a pouch called the pericardium. The pericardium, it surrounds the heart. That's what pericardium means. It surrounds the heart. So you have a little pouch, and this is like your first line of defense. So nothing bad can come into and injure the heart. The pericardium is considered an organ. So you have 2 yin organs and 2 yang organs for the fire element. You have the heart and the pericardium, and you have the small intestines and what is called the sanjiao, which means triple burner. Sanjiao means triple burner. So the triple burner, there's a reason I'm telling you this. The triple burner is visualizing the trunk, right? From the what is wrong with my brain? From the sternal notch to the pelvic bone, and from side to side. This is you, okay? And so in this area, you have the upper burner, which is the heart and the lungs. You have the middle burner, which is primarily the liver, the spleen, the gallbladder, right? The stomach, okay? Your primary digestive organs. And in the lower burner, you have 2 sets of organs. You have your excretory organs, right? So you have your urinary bladder. You have they function 2 ways, but you have your small intestines and your large intestines, your urinary bladder, and then you also have your reproductive organs, the gonads, which are testes if you were born male and ovaries if you were born female. Okay, so the lower burner includes your excretory organs and your reproductive organs. The middle burner are your digestive organs, and your upper burner is your heart and your lungs. This is the sanjiao. So the reason I mention this is because you have 5 elements. And so if there are 2 organs per element, which is what you're looking at, 5 elements, then it would be 10 primary meridians, but it's actually 12 primary meridians because the fire element has 2 additional organ systems. Each one of these organs that you see has a meridian attached to it, assigned to it. So there's a heart channel and a small intestine channel, pericardium channel, sanjiao channel, spleen, stomach channel, lung, large intestine channel, kidneys, urinary bladder channel, liver, gallbladder channel. Okay? So the reason I'm mentioning this is if you have your gallbladder removed or you have your spleen removed, right? You can still work with those organs because those organs, even if removed, have an entire meridian that spans the entire length of your body. Okay? So, and then the other thing where at least Western medicine is concerned about having your gallbladder removed, when you have your gallbladder removed, the function of the gallbladder isn't completely removed because there is a portion of I think it is the duodenum that will actually create in the absence of the physical gallbladder. I think don't quote me on that. It's been a long time since I've talked about like straight up Western anatomy and physiology. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's a portion of the duodenum that becomes enlarged to make up for the absent gallbladder, and it will actually begin to perform the function of the missing gallbladder. So even in Western medicine, there is a way that our body knows how to at least minimally compensate for anything that dramatically changes in our physiology. And this is just one example of that. Okay. So yes, you can work with your gallbladder. As a matter of fact, I'll give you an example. I won't say anybody's name just in case, but there was a person that I know very well who had their gallbladder removed at the age of 34. Okay. And so just for safety's sake, just in case people don't know, I don't want to assume people know the reason that Western medicine has been so keen on just like clipping people's gallbladders the fuck out of their body at the drop of a dime is because in Western medicine, we have been told for a very, very long time that the gallbladder doesn't have any real function. So you can just clip it out. If it's giving you a problem, if you got gallstones, you can just cut it out. That is insanity. That if you were born with it, there's a purpose for it. Even if Western medicine has not yet figured out what that purpose is, there's a purpose for it. Now we know, at least in general, that the purpose in Western medicine of the gallbladder, because bile, that stuff that you throw up if you've drank too much, bile's purpose is that it is an emulsifier. And what that means is when we consume fatty foods, any kind of food with fat in it, nuts, bean, it doesn't matter, any food, whether healthy or unhealthy, that has fats in it, once that food goes through the upper portion of the digestive tract and it goes through the whole process of the duodenum, bile is released in the presence of fatty food to emulsify, break down the fatty food so you can extract from the fatty food what is useful, what you need, while passing that which you don't need out to become feces, to become poop. Okay. So without this gallbladder that produces the enzymatic activity that breaks down fats, what do they tell you if you get your gallbladder removed? You can't eat a lot of fatty food. You can't drink milk, can't eat a lot of dairy. They don't tell you why. That because your gallbladder is removed, you do not produce an adequate enough amount of bile to emulsify and break down that fat. So not only can you not break down the fat, which is creating other digestive issues, but you are not getting from the fat with that which you need. Fat has gotten a bad rep. We need a certain amount of healthy fats to produce cholesterol. Cholesterol is not an evil bad guy. To produce cholesterol, and in the production of cholesterol, cholesterol is what is responsible for the healthy production of all our hormones. Even if we don't have a background in medicine, we kind of sort of know this, even if we don't know like the science of it. That, for example, the greatest example we know of is like back in the old days when girls would start training to become gymnasts, they would be on extraordinarily fat restrictive diets. And so if they start taking gymnastics at 6 or 8 or 10, and then they're approaching the age where their menstrual cycle is supposed to be starting and their busts are supposed to be developing, what have you seen in the past? Girls that were 15, 17, 19 years old who had not yet developed breasts, who had not yet developed hips, and who had not yet started menstruating. When you do not produce enough cholesterol, which is only produced when you eat enough fat. If you're not producing enough cholesterol, you will not produce the hormones, any hormone that you need to survive, to function adequately, and to have a stable emotional health. Our hormones, which I mentioned 2 videos ago, are it's like our hormones, which is our endocrine system, is like a huge part of our interface with the external environment. Like it is our endocrine system, our hormones, which allows us to adequately respond to our external environment and our internal environment. But this, for example, an external event, something may cause one person to be terrified, right? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my, terrified, right? That same exact thing witnessed at the same exact time might not have the same terror initiating response with the person right next to them. Calm down. It's okay. We're going to make it through this. You just have to think clearly and let's move through it. They may not respond the same way. It is our endocrine system. What is the primary way that our endocrine system responds accordingly? It is through their corresponding external senses. Those senses being touch, taste, sight, sound, and smell. We don't have to see the fire. If we smell smoke in abundance, alarm systems are going off and our brain is automatically processing. How do we move? How do we respond? We got to protect our life, right? It is your external senses that are responsible. That's what I mean when I say your interface with the external environment, right? And so all of that to say, when you are not consuming enough fat, that's how I got on that, because we were talking about the gallbladder and the gallbladder's Western function. The gallbladder's Western function is to emulsify fat food, all the fat that we consume, so we can benefit from the fat. Fat is necessary. Your brain functions. And when you consume food, okay, your brain is working so hard all the time that ideally, if you have a healthy, well-balanced meal, your brain, to require optimal function, will consume 1/3 of all the fat that you consume. Your brain is fat. Your brain is fatty. And so if you're not consuming enough fat, this is another thing that some scientists are saying can be a contributing factor to the development of dementia and Alzheimer's in older people, is if they have had a lifetime of seesaw dieting. People who have had a lifetime of seesaw dieting, extremely restrictive diets, specifically extremely fat restrictive diets, where they'll be thin, they'll lose a lot of weight, and then they'll get big again, and so on and so forth. And the primary thing has been the fact that the thing that they sacrifice when they diet has been fat. There is a direct correlation between people who have done years of fat restrictive diets and the development of dementia in their latter years. People who become, what we call geriatric, or the elderly, 65 and older, they are a community that, because as we age, our digestive acid becomes very weak. Our ability to pulverize, break down, and extract the nutrients from the food that we consume becomes weak. And so even in a person who may not have ever had seesaw dieting in their life, if they're not getting adequate nutrition, in their aging years, 65 and older, because they don't have the digestive enzymes to break it down. They don't have, girl, then they too are at risk for developing dementia and or Alzheimer's. Your brain needs fat. Your hormones, your endocrine glands, all your endocrine glands needs a healthy amount of fat. Some nutritionists are suggesting a minimum of 5 full tablespoons of coconut oil a day. 5 tablespoons of coconut oil a day to acquire your base level dietary needs of healthy fats. And even people who, quote, eat a lot of food are not consuming a lot of healthy fats. You understand? Even people who may eat 1 to 3 meat meals a day are not getting enough healthy fat to meet the demand of the brain's ability to process, to carry out tasks, to do this, to self-repair, all of those. The brain has an enormous task in our lives, on an enormous set of functions. And so it needs a healthy, and I'm telling you, it is what, so for us to, quote, maintain the weight that we're currently at without gaining or losing, with the average activity of the average American, it is assumed that we should be eating anywhere from 2,500 to 3,000 calories a day to maintain our weight based on our output of energy and our energetic needs, right? 2,500 to 3,000 calories a day, right? And of those calories, not only the calories, the fat. Your brain is consuming over a third of your caloric intake. What you are eating, whatever you're eating, your brain is consuming half of it to keep you conscious, aware, and moving about the cabin. You feel me? And a third of those things, a third of the fat in particular that you consume is going to your brain before it's going anywhere else. Okay? And so this, I don't want to get that deep because I ain't trying to teach you a dietary class, but fat is important. That's the most recent assessment coming out of like the Surgeon General's office and basic, what they call recommended daily allowances. And I will tell you something else about that, and then I'll move on to the next thing. Where they established, quote, RDA, or the recommended daily allowance, those RDA recommendations tend to be on the lower side, and all across the board, they tend to be on the lower side. Okay. So for example, the RDA, the recommended daily allotment or allowance for the consumption of fiber is 25 grams of fiber a day, right? Is what you need to maintain, not only, because we think about fiber and we think about poop. It's not the only function of fiber. Just not even close. It's not the only function of fiber, right? Fiber helps to regulate your blood sugar. Fiber is the number one thing that you should be adjusting to your diet, if you have, quote, a family history of diabetes, if you've been diagnosed with what they call syndrome X, which is that stage right before you develop full-on diabetes. If you drink alcohol regularly, if you have a neurotic sweet tooth, something as simple as adding fiber to your diet. Like, I ain't gonna stop eating what I want to eat, and I ain't gonna stop drinking, but what I will do to make up for it is make sure that I'm consuming enough fiber to regulate my blood sugar, to make sure that I do not have the buildup of cholesterol, bad cholesterol in my arteries. Fiber does that. Fiber is the thing that keeps your arteries clean and clear, even if you have a terrible diet. Fiber is also food. So everybody gets hung up on probiotics. I took some antibiotics, so I need to take probiotics. I need to eat some kimchi. I need to drink fermented milk. I need to, what's the other one? Y'all love yogurt and kefir, and I need to take some probiotics. Probiotics are what? Probiotics are considered living organisms, what they call live organisms, right? If they're live organisms, they need to eat too. What do live organisms called probiotics eat? They eat prebiotics. What are prebiotics? Fiber, soluble and insoluble fiber. That's what they eat. Without an adequate, you can be chunking down, drinking probiotics. If you are not consuming enough fiber to feed the living organisms in your gut that are trying to reestablish a healthy gut biome, then they too will die. And the other thing, not only will they not thrive, not only will they not be able to fight off the bad guys that are trying to take up space in the gut, the other function of probiotics, well-fed probiotics, meaning increasing your fiber intake, is probiotics, once they are fed a healthy amount or adequate amount of prebiotics, a living organism has to get rid of their waste, get rid of their byproducts. We poop, we pee. Probiotics gives off waste too. The waste that probiotics gives off inside our gut is vitamin K. So their waste we need. Probiotics waste we need. Okay? Vitamin K. And so the general assumption is that most people, especially women in this country, are vitamin K deficient. Vitamin K is nicknamed the clotting vitamin. It is responsible for the healthy formation of, our clots. Like if we get a wound, our blood will create a little clot so we don't bleed out. You know what I'm saying? We can form a healthy scab, form a healthy clot. We can heal ourselves adequately, right? Anyway, so it's important to, at least in my estimation, to know these minimal things, because so many people, everybody that I know from, just graduated high school to the smart, everybody wants to understand how to better care for themselves. And there's so much information out there and so much misinformation out there about the bare minimal essentials that a person needs to acquire really a moderately healthy life. You do not have, I'm telling you, you do not have to be going all over the place, having 50 different pills and 50 different jugs of shit in your cabinet to acquire a decent level of health. Fiber, there ain't no way around it. The recommended daily allowance for fiber, according to the FDA, is 25 grams of fiber. The average American, not below average, not above average, the average American in this country consumes less than 15 grams of fiber a day. Less than 15. In my field, which is, quote, alternative medicine, so naturopathy, Ayurveda, acupuncture, you ask any alternative practitioner, your baseline, your starting point for your recommended daily allowance is 35 grams of fiber a day. Nobody consumes that. Nobody. Not vegetarians. Nobody consumes that much fiber. And so for me, for many, many years, if I'm not doing anything else, if I ain't going to the gym because I hate it, if I ain't walking every day because I don't want to, the thing that is non-negotiable is going in that kitchen and taking my fiber every day. And so even when I get my blood work done, I'm a big girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big girl, always have been. And of course, there's weight that I want to lose. But when I tell you I'm not going to stress about it, that's not what I'm going to do. And my fiber has been non-negotiable. You feel me? And every time it's so funny because there are these assumptions that every doctor has about women in general and about Black women in particular who are, quote, overweight. They automatically start seeing all the prescriptions they're going to be able to write for me as soon as my big ass walk into the doctor's office. I go to the doctor's office, just a side note, and this is what I tell everybody that I treat. If you want to be able to be well versed in your own internal environment, my recommendation to everyone, no matter what their issue is to twice a year, minimally, which is enough, twice a year, go to a doctor and get a complete blood panel done. Get a CBC done, a complete blood panel. Learn how to read your own blood panel. That's very easy to do. You can Google it. What does this mean on my blood panel? What does this mean on my panel? What do these numbers mean to the side of it, right? Get a CBC done twice a year. I don't care how young you are. If you're an adult, get a CBC done twice a year. Learn how to read your CBC. Learn how to read your complete blood panel, okay? Once you do that, if you see, and it'll show you in red on the outside line what's deficient, what the standard is, what the norm is, and where you rest in the norm. Are you deficient? Are you in excess? Right? Learn those numbers. Learn your numbers. And then once you learn your numbers, you have 6 months to make dietary or lifestyle changes that can impact those specific numbers. And then in 6 months, when you go back to get your second blood panel for the year done, you can see in real time, has my behavior and my activity changed for the better these numbers that were either in the red, like deficient, or in the red in excess? That's a really great practice to get into, to be able to monitor in real time. And in conjunction with that, not just seeing the numbers on your paper, once you make these little adjustments to your lifestyle to change these numbers, you can feel in your body when your body is starting to shift in one way or the other, so that your intuition, that's how your intuition strengthens. Your intuition isn't something esoteric and over the fuck there. Your intuition is based on the compilation of your lived experience, those memories you're aware of and not aware of. Also, the cellular memory, the memory of your body and how it knows what it must do, how to behave, how to function within the scope of the whole, which is you. It is when we shift and change our behavior that these cells begin to remember, begin to function optimally. It's our learning. It's that learning becoming internalized. What that means for it to become internalized is it becomes a part of flesh. It becomes a part of the self that changes, moderates your behavior. So it seems like I'm talking about something simple. And, when I say up your fiber intake, if the daily recommended allowance in the United States is 25 grams, but the average, based on the statistics, the average American is getting 15 grams of fiber or less, there is not an indirect, a direct correlation between the increase in digestive issues, such as what do y'all call it? This is the early stages: irritable bowel syndrome, diverticulitis, or diverticulosis. This is a transition from simple to complicated in terms of pathogenesis, how a disease begins small, as small symptoms trying to alert you to something. And that once you ignore it or make the wrong decisions or whatever, it gets worse and worse and worse until eventually you are diagnosed with lung cancer. It goes from diverticulitis, diverticulosis, or irritable bowel syndrome, diverticulitis or diverticulosis, the development of polyps in the GI, and eventually those polyps will become cancerous. Hemorrhoids for long periods of time. These are all warning signs in a whole trail of pathogenesis. You understand what I'm saying? Fiber is unavoidable. The increase of fiber is unavoidable. You have to be aiming for, and the only way to aim for 35 grams of fiber a day to maintain a healthy gut, to maintain, and that 88% of your immune function is occurring in your small and large intestines. Now, 5 elements theory teaches us why that is. Why is it that they keep saying in the West that 83 to 88% of your immune function is occurring in your large intestines? Well, look at what your large intestines yin partner is. Oh, for those of you on IG, right? So your large intestines is 88% of your immune function. And so if you are chronically ill, every time the weather changes, your ass gets sick, or you catch a cold, or whatever, right? Or you've had digestive issues your whole life, and this is what you're focusing on, you need to be looking at, because this is the yang organ. This is the external expression of something that is amiss with its yin partner, the lungs. You understand? What is the other organ? The small intestines, right? Where food, the nutrients from food is absorbed here, and the water and liquids that we consume are absorbed here in the large intestine, okay? So if you have a total GI issue, small intestine and large intestine, inability to absorb the nutrients, right? Or whatever, look at their yin partners, which is the lung and the heart. The lung and the heart. What is happening in these organs historically? What is happening in these organs physically? What is happening in these organs emotionally or spiritually that has transpired into these external symptoms that is some type of gastrointestinal distress, or, oh, that was the other thing I was going to say, or chronic immune issues. Chronic immune issues. The reason why is because the lungs, I know this don't seem like I'm getting to the liver, but I am. The lungs the lungs external sense organ. The lungs external sense organ is the skin. The lungs and the skin in Chinese medicine are the very first line of defense for the entire body. The lungs and the skin are the first line of defense. The lungs are said to be your what's the language they use? It's like the lungs in its relationship with the skin. It is the lungs that is responsible for the opening and closing of the pores. The opening and closing of the pores. I read the other day that with all the alveoli and the bronchi and the bronchioles in the lungs, if you were to, think it was, God, what was it? Oh, I don't want to misquote. I got to find this quote, but it was crazy. It was like, if you were to connect all of the surface area in the lungs and spread it out, I think it was like 750 square miles. I think that's what it said. I gotta find, but it was like astonishing, right? And so your bronchioles are responsible for, first of all, the whole upper respiratory system is to filter all of the air that you breathe in, right? So these are your first two lines of defense, the lungs and the skin. The large intestines is the external partner of the lungs and skin. So now you can see why in the West they say that your large intestine is where your gut, your small and your large intestines are responsible for 88% of your immune function. That's also including the fact that the largest surface area of lymphatic vessels is in the GI. Okay, whatever. I could talk about this shit all day. To me, it's like our human body and its functions are sexier than fucking erotic novels. I could talk about this shit all day. But anyway, let's talk about the liver, because we're transitioning into the liver season in a little more than 24 hours. So somebody was saying, what's the number one thing to do? So this was the story I wanted to tell you. My bad. Okay, so this person, this is for the gallbladder person. So what is it? BRA strapped? And there's somebody else that asked. Gallbladder question. Okay. So this person got their gallbladder removed. I had been telling this person for years. When I say years, I mean literally a decade. They got their gallbladder removed because they had developed gallstones, and that's the go-to. Ooh, somebody's got gallstones. Let's cut it out. Motherfuckers who get paid a lot of money to do surgery love to do surgery. Why? Because they get paid a lot of money to do surgery. So that's their knee-jerk response. Let's go. Right? And they cut it out. So this person who already had a cascade of digestive issues and discomfort gets their gallbladder removed. And those symptoms that were supposedly being caused by gallstones in the gallbladder did not resolve even minimally. They were still suffering from all of these issues in their digestive system, and now they ain't got their gallbladder. So now the few foods that they enjoyed eating, they can't even enjoy eating because the removal of the gallbladder is not providing the enzyme, the bile, that is necessary to break down, emulsify the fat so that it can pass adequately through the system in the way that it needs to. So now fat's become uncomfortable. It causes a lot of problems. Okay, boom. Years go by. I, at the age of 34, is my first year in medical school. At the age of 34, I don't even think I was in medical school. I think it was the first semester. I started a new dietary program. And within 3 days, I started having a pain in the backside of my ribs right here. And the pain was excruciating. I thought I had because I was working out too. So I felt like maybe I had torn something, like torn a muscle or something, but it was excruciating. Okay. It felt like somebody had taken a small dagger and just lodged it in between my ribs and just left it there. And so every time I breathed big, or every time I moved, when I would go to use the bathroom, when I would lay down, it didn't matter. Every single movement was goddamn excruciating. Anybody who has had active gallstones will tell you, especially if they have had children, that they would rather give birth again than to have gallstones. It was like that. I called my professor. I was like, oh my God, I think I'm dying. I'm not coming to school today. I think I'm dying. And she was like, well, tell me. I was still, in the waiting room waiting to get triage. And she's like, well, describe your symptoms to me. This is my first semester in medical school. She's like, describe your symptoms. She said, what you need to do is, she said, you need to get up. You need to leave that hospital so they ain't charging you no crazy amount of money. And go to the grocery store and get what I'm going to tell you to get and do the detox tonight. She said, you have gallstones, and the only remedy they're going to tell you is to have it cut out. She said, so get up and leave the hospital. So I did. I'm telling you, I thought I was dying. It was insane how fucking painful it was. So I leave and I go pick up 3 items from the grocery store. 3 items from the grocery store to go do this cleanse that I was telling you guys about. What was it, yesterday or maybe Saturday? 3 items that you need, and 1 24-hour period. Whenever I prescribe this detox to clients, I tell them take 2 days. Do it when you have 2 days off, because even though the cleanse only takes 1 day, it does take a day to recover. Like, you need to be chilling. You need to be hanging out, not moving a lot, because it is, even though it's easy to do and it's thorough, it wipes you the fuck out. You need a day to recover. Okay. So I did the detox. I'm in pain the whole time. When I went to bed at 10 o'clock, I could feel the stones moving. I could feel them literally like churning around right here where I'd been pointing, where I was in pain. When I got up, it was about 11 o'clock. I got up to go to the bathroom, and what she told me to do was put a colander, a strainer, like a plastic strainer, in the face of the toilet bowl so that I could capture my stones, right? So by the time you are, when you do the detox, by the time you get ready to pass the stones, the only thing that you are passing, because it comes through your backside as if it were poop, the only thing that you are passing is bile and the stones, because throughout the day, the detox substances that you're using is going to purge your bowels. So by the time you get ready to move stones, all that's coming out, literally all that's coming out, is bile and stones. You have 2 types of potential stones when you are told that you have gallstones. You have cholesterol stones, which are green. They look like split peas. They look like, like English peas, the cute little round English peas. They are that green. They are brilliant green, and then they look just like English peas. And then you have calcium stones, which are gold. They are like topaz or gold, and they're very hard. The cholesterol stones you can put in your hand and actually smush them. The calcium stones are hard, similar to the stones that may develop if you get kidney stones. They're very jaggedy and they're very painful. Okay. So I'm doing this gallbladder cleanse. I'm agonizing. I get up, go to the bathroom for the first time after I've taken all the substances, right? To poop through this colander so I can capture my stones. The first stones that came out was about 3 or 4 stones. They were all cholesterol stones. And the smallest one was about the size of like an English pea. The biggest one was the size of an almond. Like an actual almond. The biggest one was about the size of an almond. Those were the first 4 that I passed. When I tell you, soon as those big stones passed, the pain was instantly gone. Boom, just like that. Instantly gone. Throughout the night, you will be using the bathroom a lot. Okay? You will be, especially if you're in the midst of like gallstone spasms, you have a lot of stones. By the time that you can feel the gallstones, you have a lot of stones. My personal position is everybody that's alive has stones. Everybody that's alive has stones. I haven't met anybody that's done the detox yet that hasn't. Everybody that's alive has stones. If you ever smoked a cigarette, if you've ever drank alcohol, if you've ever eaten cheese, if you've ever eaten fat, like if you've ever been stressed the fuck out, you have stones. You have stones. You have stones, right? So I got up throughout the night. My mom was freaking out. I called her from the hospital. My teacher says I got stones. She said I need to leave. She's like, girl, you better get your gallbladder cut out. I had to have mine removed. And la 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 la, right? I was like, if I came here with it, I'm leaving with it. So I left the hospital. Made up my mind I was going to capture these stones and put them in a glass jar to take them home so my mama could see them. Baby, from 11, when I passed those first 4 stones, I have pictures of my stones, by the way. I ain't just telling y'all shit. I took pictures. Okay. From the first 4 stones that I passed at 11 o'clock till the last of the stones that I passed at around 6 o'clock in the morning from that first gallbladder cleanse, I captured in a regular size mason jar, I captured about, I don't know, maybe 3,000 stones. And when I say stones, the smallest stones can be, little, teeny weeny. You know what I'm saying? Like little teeny pebbles. You feel me? But they can be that small, and then they can be as big as the big cholesterol stones that were obviously the cause of my pain, the cause of my spasms. But when I tell you about 3,000 stones, that regular 16-ounce mason jar that I took home was filled almost to the top with stones. Not saying like a little bit bigger than sand grains. You know what I'm saying? They're never that small, but you know how when you see chunky sand, they look almost like just minuscule rocks, right? They don't look like sand. They look like little baby rocks. They can be as small as that all the way up to, like I said, the biggest one I passed was the size of an almond. I passed about 3,000 stones and took them home, put them in a mason jar. And my mom was like, what the hell? Now, so this person that I had been counseling, right, who had their gallbladder removed and all of this stuff, and I've been telling them for years, like, you got your gallbladder removed. I said, but all of the symptoms that this is years, this is a decade after they got their gallbladder removed, okay? And they're complaining of symptoms that are undeniable, clear signs of a liver in distress. Okay. So now let me tell you before I finish the story, what are clear signs that you can identify in yourself of a liver in distress? Okay. The liver, what did I say? The liver opens into the eyes. So we know that. You can look at the eyes and tell if a person is having some type of liver issue. Anything as serious as jaundice, which the eyes will be yellow. I don't know if y'all have ever seen it. I've seen it where people can have kind of an orangish tinge to their eyes. This is some kind of issue in communication between the liver and the spleen. You feel me? Red eyes is an indication that somebody may either one have a drinking problem, right? Or two, that a person may have high blood pressure. And in Chinese medicine, the liver is the most often the cause of high blood pressure, not the heart. I hate to tell y'all that, but the liver is the primary, not exclusively, but the liver in most cases is the primary cause of high blood pressure and hypertension, not the heart. Okay, so if a person has chronically red eyes, chronically red cheeks, black folks, you won't see it that much, but lighter skinned people, Asians and so on, chronically red cheeks, you're going to be start processing in your mind, liver, right? If people talk about certain very specific eye things. So one of the questions that I ask in intake, do you see floaters? What floaters are is when you look at a light and you can see like what looks like little amoebas, you know what I'm saying? Like little specks or little creatures like floating across the eyeballs. That's floaters. That is a liver blood deficiency, right? Do you see auras? Do even with corrective lenses on, do you have moments every once in a while where your eyes might go blurry for a moment and then come back into focus? This is a condition of the liver, the energetic liver. Okay. Do you have headaches right here on the side of the head, like around the ears or at the very top of your head? If you have headaches on the very top of the head, that is a liver headache. That is the liver screaming to you, something is wrong with me. Check in with me, please. If you're having headaches here on the side of the ears, like right on the side, or people point right to the temple or right around the ears, this is the gallbladder. The gallbladder is screaming, something is wrong with me. Please check in with me. You feel me? Either case, you're going to be treating the liver because the gallbladder is responding to some kind of issue. Whenever the gallbladder is in crisis, is responding to an issue in the liver. You treat both. Okay. What are some other very telltale signs of a liver in distress? Any kind of growth in the throat, any kind of nodules, tenderness, swollen lymph nodes. You get like little teeny nodules. People think automatically, oh my God, something's wrong with my thyroid. I need to get it taken out. Do not get your thyroid removed. Please don't do that. Please don't get your thyroid removed. I already know somebody going to respond to my messages. Oh my God, I got my thyroid removed. There are ways that you can adjust for what is already done. But those of you who still got your thyroid, please do not, unless you're on your deathbed because of some kind of thyroid issue, do not let these people convince you that you need to have your thyroid removed. Statistically, the people who are being told, most likely to be told that their thyroid needs to be removed, look like me. They black and female. The great majority of people being told that they need to have their thyroid removed are black and female. Please do not let these people take your thyroid. The people most likely to be told that they need their gallbladder removed look just like me. They are black and female. And the only other group that are running neck and neck with us are Native American women. Please do not let them take your gallbladder, child. Please do not let them take your gallbladder. You feel me? I digress. If you have nodules, any kinds of growths in your throat, if you constantly find yourself sighing, if people get annoyed talking to you because you always sighing and they think you sighing because you bored with what they talking about or you just disinterested, the sighing is the sound that the liver makes when it is fighting to move stuck liver chi. That is the outcry of the liver, the sigh. So it makes sense now when you have a room full of 25, 30 teenage kids who've been sitting in a classroom for 8 hours under artificial light, listening to a teacher talk about shit they completely disinterested in, wah, 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 and they sitting like this, hunched in on their little liver, that every few minutes the children gonna be like, and the teacher gonna get an attitude. Am I boring you, Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so? No, it's a tiny little baby liver. Like, can I be outside? Can I move around? Can I go for a walk? You understand? Can I stretch my arms? Right? The psi is an actual clear sign that the liver chi or the liver blood is stuck. It's stagnant. Okay. That's another clear sign. Another big sign. Those of you who are tuning in via IG, y'all know the drill. At the top of every hour, they're going to shut my shit off. So I have to close it down and then reopen it. We got 20 seconds. So once this goes off, I will bring up a fresh IG. It's funny that you say that, Java Watson, because that's actually correct. What are some of the quote emotions that stagnate the liver energy, the liver chi, or the liver blood? Aggravation, aka frustration, is one of the emotions that stagnates the movement, the healthy flow of liver blood and liver chi. So you're not incorrect, my dear. It's actually very good. It's actually very good. Okay, now the big signs of the need to address and check in and treat your liver. The liver channel, I just explained this actually to a person in the intake yesterday. Let me see if I have a little diagram that I drew for them. I probably, oh, here it is. Okay, do not be laughing at my little drawing. Anybody laugh, I'm shutting this shit off. Okay, this is a little drawing that I drew for the woman of the liver channel. Okay, so the liver, let me turn this light off. Can y'all still see? All right, the liver channel, the reason I have the little feet turned outwards is because the liver channel starts at the big toe and goes on the inside of the leg. That's why I have the leg turned out instead of looking straight forward. The liver channel starts at the big toe and goes up the inside of the leg, circles around the groin, comes up. So imagine that this is the shoulder. This is the shoulder, and so this would be the arm or the latter side of the abdomen. It you ain't shit. Bra strapped, you ain't shit. I am not fucking with y'all. I literally said, if anybody laugh at my goddamn drawing, I'm turning this shit off. Y'all trifling. Y'all trifling. So anyway, circles around the groins and comes up. So when I mean up the body, I mean it comes up the kind of the front lateral side of the body. The liver channel comes up kind of like the front lateral side of the body. The gallbladder channel comes up in a zigzag like this up the side of the body. The liver channel comes kind of like this up the side of the body, up the lateral side of the body. So this is the front, this is the lateral side of the body. Okay. So once that channel comes up the side of the body, these little spirals, the liver channel then, they say, spreads out over the chest. So it literally, when you watch yourself in the mirror, it's like you can't point right because right, you're going in the opposite direction. But anyway, so the channel comes up the side of the body, spirals around the breasts, and emanates in the armpit. I should have drew an arm because it emanates in the armpit. And then they call it a branch of the primary channel scatters through the neck. Okay? Scatters through the neck. That's the liver channel. So, any breast lumps of any kind, male or female, cysts, any lumps of any kind, anywhere in the entire breast, anywhere in the armpits, anywhere in the entire neck, is considered a condition of severely stagnant liver chi. Stagnant means it's moving, but it's moving very slowly. Think about an engine, a car engine. If you got good, fresh, clean oil, your engine's working nice. It ain't got to work too hard. Thank you for the donation, Zuhara. It's not having to work hard, but when that oil turns brown or black, it's like sludge, and you got that black sludge in your engine. Now your engine is having to work harder to do what it's supposed to do. It's just working hard because it's having to push this thick oil through the engine. What's the risk of not changing your oil often enough? It is burning out the engine, or quote, throwing a rod. Think about that analogy, the engine as the liver, carrying the blood, moving all of that oil through the moving parts, right? If it gets too thick, it causes the organ, the liver, to work too hard. The harder that liver works, aka the engine, the hotter it gets. The hotter it gets, the more first you're burning off oil, or like damaging the blood. So when I talk about blood deficiency, liver blood deficiency, this is the process over a long period of time. When the blood in the liver becomes stagnant, it's like that thick oil trying to move through the liver. Trying to move through the engine. It's moving, but now it's like having to work hard because the oil is too thick to move through all those vessels. Okay? When that happens, if the blood is still moving, but it's just moving slow, that's called stagnation. Once this condition, if left untreated for long periods of time, once that slow, burning, hot energy is forcing itself, the blood, forcing itself through the vessels, through stagnation, over time, just like in your engine, it's just not going to go. It's going to stop. It's going to stop moving. It's going to burn up the engine or throw a rod where it's just going to stop cold. When that blood that has been stagnant for a long time stops cold, that is the difference between stagnation and stasis. The stasis is like, it ain't going nowhere. It stopped. Once stasis forms, which is the late stage of any pathogenesis, okay? Once stasis forms, this is where something that could have been easily remedied earlier becomes something that is much more difficult to remedy, aka cancer, aka tumors. Tumors is considered the long-term stasis of anything that was supposed to be moving. So it could be chi stasis or blood stasis or fluid stasis, but cancer is stasis. It is the late stage of a pathogenesis that has been happening for a very long time. If you have, this is just based on Chinese medicine, okay? If you develop breast cancer, if you develop breast cancer is always, it may have other organs indicated, okay? But the two main organs that are indicated in the development of breast cancer, the two main organs indicated in the development of breast cancer is first, liver. And then second to that, where did I put it? Oh, this one. Okay, so any kind of breast lumps, any kind of armpit lumps, these two are indicated. Okay, the heat of a liver stagnated or in stasis, and the spleen is responsible for any type of growth, any type of lump, any kind of nodule, anything that is considered outside the normal physiology of the body. That is because of a spleen energy that is not transforming and transporting the way that it should. So where the spleen is concerned, the spleen's function is concerned, it is said that when the spleen is deficient, then this is when excesses form or develop. Anything that is not a part of the naturally occurring physiology of the body is considered a condition of the spleen. Okay, so that is, if you are overweight, that is considered a condition of the spleen. If you have bone spurs, that's considered a condition of the spleen. If you have cancer, if you have a bad habit, like when I was pregnant, I would get huge, extremely painful cysts under my arms that would have to be lanced. The entire time I was pregnant, I would get these massive, almost walnut size lumps under my armpits that I would have to have cut open and drained. That is a condition both because of its location of the liver and the spleen, because it's a lump and because it's some kind of pathology under the arm. Because it's a lump, it's the spleen. Because it's some kind of pathology under the armpit, the location of the channel itself, this is the liver. Okay. Yeah. So these are some primary ways that you can know that what people are communicating is a liver in distress. Now, the reason I am mentioning this is this person, going back to the gallbladder, this person who had their gallbladder, and let me just say one more thing. What we know is gallstones, right? Gallbladder spasms, gallstones. The stones, contrary to popular belief and understanding, these stones do not form in the gallbladder. The stones are formed in the liver. Then they travel down the ducts of the liver and are stored in the gallbladder. They are formed in the liver. They are stored in the gallbladder. Okay? So this person who got their gallbladder removed and was like, for years, for a decade, I've been saying, you need to do a gallbladder cleanse. You need to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. You need to do a liver gallbladder. I don't need to do a gallbladder cleanse. I ain't got no gallbladder. I said, I'm telling you, you need to do a liver gallbladder cleanse, because every single symptom that you keep going to the doctor for, you keep getting medications for with no relief. Every single symptom that you have told me is a symptom of a liver in distress. And because I know that these stones are formed in the liver and not the gallbladder, I'm telling you, you need to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. Couldn't get them to do it. Finally, after I'm telling you a literal decade, they go to church. They go to church. You feel me? Their preacher is talking about how this holistic practitioner told him that he needed to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. And so in his sermon, he's telling his church about what happened when he finally bit the bullet and did this liver gallbladder cleanse. So this person that I have been telling for a decade to do the liver gallbladder cleanse calls me on the phone. It was like, can you tell me again how to do that liver gallbladder cleanse? My preacher was telling me that he too did a liver gallbladder cleanse and it changed the game for him. I was literally on the phone rolling my eyes because my word was not good enough. A medical student in medical school at the time that I started telling this person, you need to do liver gallbladder cleanse. Every symptom that you're telling me is a screaming ass liver in distress. You need to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. Could not get this person who I have known for so long to do the liver gallbladder cleanse. As soon as they white boy Southern Alabama preacher say, I did a liver gallbladder cleanse and I want to tell my congregation about it. I get a phone call saying, can you send me the directions to do that liver gallbladder cleanse again? I said, yes, I will. Sure, we'll do that for you. They told me the story and I'm rolling my eyes. Feel me? But whatever it takes. Okay. So I told them the same way that I was taught. Put the colander in the commode so that you can catch your stones. Okay. They did. Convinced that what I was telling them was not their problem, was not the issue. Chronic nodules in their throat, getting all kinds of tests, convinced that they had what was the beginnings of throat cancer, thyroid cancer. You feel me? Doctor saying you ain't got no thyroid cancer, something else wrong, but we don't know. Oh, one more sign of a liver in distress. Sighing is one. Guess what else? A person who is chronically clearing their throat. even though they're not sick, even though they don't have anything in their throat. They're like, hold on. Excuse me. Even after they drink water. The technical name for the constant clearing of the throat is called globus hystericus. Globus hystericus. Okay? Globa hystericus. To scratch your throat or clear your throat like something's there when nothing's there. That is a classic sign of liver qi stagnation. Probably the most identifiable sign of liver qi stagnation because nothing else causes it. That's liver qi stagnation. All day, every day. Liver qi stagnation. Okay, back to the story. Okay, so this person was constantly clearing their throat. This person was constantly getting tiny nodules on their throat several times, get it checked out, fearful that it's, some kind of cancer or something. You feel me? When they were young, they used to get like lumps on their boobs, like cysts on their boobs, right? What else? And then, so those are the big signs, right? Lumps in the throat when nothing was wrong, constant clearing of the throat, and chronic lumps, cysts in the breast. Okay, I'm like, liver gallbladder cleans. Your liver is overworked because there's too much in there that the blood is trying to move through. Clear your liver. Clear your liver. You feel me? They do the liver gallbladder cleanse and text me a picture. And even I was standing there in disbelief, mouth on the floor, looking at the colander, almost halfway filled. A colander, almost halfway filled with thousands of stones. And then in that sea of topaz calcium stones, you can see scattered throughout it, big old neon green cholesterol stones, thousands of stones, thousands of stones. This person told me that when they looked down in the toilet bowl, they literally started crying. Like, oh my God, I cannot believe all of that came out of me. Yes. Yeah. Yep, that part. You feel me? Now you know the liver signs. So now you can see for yourself, is a liver gallbladder cleanse or any liver gallbladder detox going to benefit me? Well, first of all, I always learned in medical school, shout out Dr. Zhu, who was probably my favorite Chinese professor. He said chronically, I don't care what people come to your practice for. I don't care what they come to you for. I don't care what they're complaining about. If they have broken their big toe and all they need you to do is help them with their big toe, it doesn't matter what they come to you for. You are always going to needle liver points. I don't care. He said, everybody in America has liver issues. That was his position. I don't care what they come to you for. You're going to put in some needle points. Some liver points. They ain't got to know. Put in some liver points. They ain't got to know. That was his position. He said, everybody in America got liver issues. Everybody got liver issues. You feel me? Why? Because what did I tell you the emotions of the liver are? The sensitive organ that we got, this easily offended organ we got known as the liver. Anger, resentment, frustration, rage, depression, envy, jealousy, and aggravation. These are all the emotions that are expressions of a liver in distress or emotions held in for long periods of time. Those emotions held in for long periods of time will actually damage the energetic and the physical liver. Does it? You feel me? So, how do you know if you may need to do a liver gallbladder cleanse? Are you constantly frustrated? Are you constantly sighing? Right? Are you frequently annoyed? Like I said, Dr. Zhu say, everybody got a liver problem in this country. Everybody too stressed out. Everybody too overworked. Everybody's so offended, and nobody is taught that it is important for their actual their actual health and sanity to express outwardly what is happening with the organs. Nobody is taught to do that. Feel me? So there you go. I am not going to tell you the liver detox over this medium. You can email me. I also, though, will not make you consult with me to gain access to the liver detox. Okay? So email me and put liver cleanse in the subject header. And there I will disseminate that information to you. I have it in a PDF that I, will give to people and so on and so forth. So email me liver detox or liver cleanse, and I will disseminate that to you, and I will walk you through that if you need it. Okay. The other detox that I was telling you, which is also very quick, it's a very quick, simple, and extremely thorough and effective way to purge the liver. That is a coffee enema. The coffee enema is a 15-minute retention enema that will radically dump any toxic material from the liver via the hepato, I forget what it's called, but it's a portal that is in, it begins in the descending colon and branches out like a massive fan and is actually connected directly to the liver. That is why, because I've heard a lot of people make jokes or act like it's funny, like, why would you put coffee in your butt to clean your liver? Because there is a portal of arteries and veins that are in the descending colon, the lower portion of the colon, and their direct attachment site is the liver. That is why one of the primary places of metastasis when you develop colon cancer, one of the biggest risks for metastasis is the liver, is the same hepatoportal. I forget the full name, the hepatic or the hepatoport, something like that. But it's hepatic means, or hepa means liver. It is a portal of arteries and veins that directly connect from the descending colon to the center, the absolute center of the liver. That's why metastasis is so dangerous or likely in cancers of the large intestine, is because of this branch, this beautiful branch of veins and arteries that connect the descending colon to the liver. That's why the coffee enema works, is because the coffee, the enzyme that stimulates the liver and the dumping of bile from the gallbladder, those veins are right there in the descending colon. Those arteries and veins dilated the warmth of the fluid, the warmth of the coffee enema dilates, causes vasodilation of those veins and arteries, and then that enzyme can now travel through those dilated veins and arteries to stimulate the release through spasmodic activity of the liver and the gallbladder. There you go. The more you learn. Okay, so those are two very big things that you can do to stimulate. Bra strapped, are you in the LA area? Are you in Southern California? So I would just say, I've been doing a lot of consultations over the last 2 weeks for people who live, outside of my area. And I've had 3 people so far ask me, and so I made up my mind I was going to say this live. In the past, and it has been something that I have wanted to do for a very long time. As a matter of fact, when I started medical school, this was the idea of my life as a practitioner, was to be a traveling doctor. That's what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to be a traveling doctor. And so maybe about 5 years ago, but even before then, not under the title of a traveling doctor, but for a long time, but more precisely over the last 5 years, I have done what I call, I have developed what I call personalized mini retreats. Personalized mini retreats where people typically that I'm close to, people that know me, have asked, what will it take to get you to come here and facilitate for me or for me and my family? So the longest period of time that I have gone to work directly with someone was 2 weeks. Somebody hired me to stay on their property, and I was treating an entire family. I was treating a mom, a dad, and their 2 adult daughters for 2 weeks. Okay. And it was all inclusive. It was medical, it was spiritual and emotional wellness, and it was spiritual. Like, we conducted ceremony on their land. I treated all of them the same intake that I do in person, or those of you who have had the virtual wellness consultation. I spent a single hour with each one of them doing a complete history of them and where they are in the moment and what was wrong with them. And then each one of them I was treating like, this is what I would call like what would you call it? Like kind of like jump starting an engine. You've had issues for a very long time and you need like a really sharp, acute, hardcore initiation, initial addressing of the issue, and then you can pull back and treat periodically. So that's what I did. The first week was very hardcore. All of them spent a lot of time sleeping. The first week was crazy. As a matter of fact, it was hardcore. I was treating each of them daily for the first week, every day for the first week. And then the second week, I was doing cooking demonstrations for them based on what came through their intake, their particular or peculiar dietary needs as they were preparing meals together as a family. How to adjust, how to add to, how to tweak your meals in a way that your meals are still having a medicinal impact by these additions, by these takeaways, so on and so forth. So I was doing cooking demonstrations for them. Taught them how to do juicing, what juices they needed, what juices they didn't need. Like, it was thorough. It was thorough. And then I ended up going during I think it was during a full moon. And so the land was enormous, beautiful. And so we ended up doing a full moon ritual. It was dope because the parents were like my parents' age, like 65 and older. The parents were older. The adult children were a little younger than me, and they were all Southern. They were all. It was in Mississippi, and so the parents, I was really reluctant about putting forward the fact that I felt like they needed collectively they needed ceremony. They didn't just need me poking and prodding on them. They needed ceremony. And the mama and daddy, good Southern Christians, were open to doing a full moon ceremony on the land. So we did that. All that to say is I have done that several times for people who have inquired and were like, look, can you come and spend a 3-day weekend or 4-day weekend? Can you come for a week? Can you come? Like I said, that was the longest period of time I'd spent at someone's place facilitating what I called a mini retreat. That was 2 weeks. Oh my God in heaven. Yo. Oh my God. Bra strap say, girl. I'm sharing this comment, boo, so you just have to live with it. Girl, how much that all-inclusive medical travel costs? I might have to go sell some cat to afford it, but hell. That's what you call a commitment, baby. That's what you call a commitment. Okay? Yes. So email me, bra strap. I already sent y'all the email address. Email me, and then we can work out. I cannot with y'all this late in the evening, okay? Oh, y'all all out here clowning, okay? Um, Listen, I ain't above it. You feel me? But yes. So that's what I would say is 3 times this week, people have asked me the same thing. Um, how much to get you here? Because when I consult with people, they're obviously far away. So the first thing that I'm going to tell them is I'm going to give you everything in this process that I can give you to get you on track. But the first recommendation that I have for everybody that consults with me virtually is you need an acupuncturist. Even if I'm to come to you, right, personally, this is going to be the jump start. This is going to be the power push to get you on the right track. Hardcore treatment, deep dive into the entire history from your birth. I literally ask you about your birth. Did you experience birthing trauma? Did your mama experience birthing trauma? Did you go to term? Were you premature? Were you taking VSS? All of that makes a difference. All of that has an impact on the you that you are in the very moment that you and I come into contact with each other. And I am trying to assess where you need to be reharmonized based on the elements. All of that matters. I ask you everything. It gets real personal. It gets real personal. You feel me? And so that's the jump start. That's like cranking the engine. You feel me? But if you find that you having to jump start your car every time you turn your car off, then me coming for one jump start is not going to resolve your issue. Even the most thorough intake that I can do for you is not going to solve your issue. First thing I'm going to tell you is you need to find yourself a local acupuncturist that you can see on a regular basis until your problem is resolved. If after 6 months you are not seeing a minimum of a 75% improvement in your issue that you initially came to me for, you need to find another acupuncturist. That's what I tell everybody. Okay. So now you know. Okay. I think there was one more thing. Okay. And then some foods other or including, because the dark leafy greens transitioning into the green season, transitioning into the wood element, transitioning into spring, up your green game for the whole quarter. Up your green game. Until the summer solstice, up your green game. Dark leafy greens and constantly alternating your. Don't tell me you eat dark leafy greens and the only dark leafy green you've eaten in 10 years is motherfucking spinach. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. Okay? Alternate your dark leafy greens. You feel me? These are non-negotiable in this next 3 months. Dark leafy greens and or dark leafy green juice. Okay. Beets with the beet greens. There's a caveat. If you have gout, if you have a history of gout or you have gout, you cannot eat beet greens, but you can eat the beets. That's the only caveat. So eat the beets, eat the beet greens. I don't like pickled beets or them like weird pickled beets. I eat raw beets and I just use like a cheese grater or like what you call it, where you use carrots to make them shredded, like a cheese grater. You can do beets the same way, and I put them on every salad. I put them on everything and in everything. They taste just like carrots, but they red. Beets. Your liver will be so happy with you. Beet greens if you do not have gout. If you have gout, you have to avoid beet greens. You'll make it worse. So those are non-negotiable. Dark leafy greens for these next 3 months is going to be your best friend. Okay. In addition to dark leafy greens, you want to add or incorporate fish, wheat, and rye. Fish, wheat, and rye are great foods for the liver. Okay. Also, those foods that contain sulfur, onions and garlic are great for the liver. Hugely great for the liver. Garlic and onions are great additions like large amounts of garlic and onions because of the sulfur content. They are very purifying. Plus, they contain quercetin, which are anti-inflammatory. Also, they help those garlic and onions help you to produce your own glutathione. But you need to be, I think all of us probably need to be not necessarily supplementing glutathione, but add milk thistle just for the 3 months. Get yourself a little tincture bottle or capsules of milk thistle, or you can drink milk thistle tea. But personally, I like the tinctures. I like the super concentrates. Get yourself a tincture bottle of milk thistle. Milk thistle helps more than anything stimulate the production of glutathione, and glutathione is hugely reparative of primarily the lungs and the liver. Glutathione is nicknamed the garbage bin of the body. Glutathione is that gangster stuff. So get yourself some milk thistle, however you want to take it. Get yourself some milk thistle. Add that to your regimen for the next 3 months as we transition through the liver and prepare for our entry into the heart stage, or the summer season is the season of the heart. Okay. Many dark leafy greens, beets, wheat, fish, and rye. And that milk thistle is huge. Milk thistle. Okay. There are other herbs that are really great for moving stagnant liver chi. Dandelion greens, and dandelion root are really great for moving stuck liver chi. There is a if you have the throat stuff, if you have any of the throat signs, yes, you can do all of that stuff. But there is an herb. I have it, but I'm not going to go get it. There's an herb called Pung Dahai. Pung Dahai, Pung. I think it's Dehai, Pung Dahai. It is so cute. I love this little herb. Its nickname is Singer's Tea. Singer's Tea. So it looks like a mite. You know what a peach pit looks like? It looks like a peach pit, but smaller. It's about that big. Looks like a peach pit. Pung Dahai. You can get it in any major city at any freaking like Asian market, Asian grocery markets. If you ask them, because people, it's very, very common. It's a very readily available herb. It's called Singer's Tea. Pung Dahai is a little pod. It's a little seed that looks like a peach pit. And you take if you have a big water bottle, you take a big water bottle and you drop the little seed in the water and fill it up with water and let it sit. After about 20 minutes, that little seed is going to pop open and it's going to look like a little flower. The whole seed is just going to open up and it's going to look like a big flower in your water bottle. And you can sip on that all day, right? It doesn't even really change the taste of your water. You sip on it all day. The seed, when it gets wet and it opens up, is called, for those of you who are herbalists, it's called a mucilage. A mucilage. That is any herb that produces what feels like mucus when it becomes wet. It is a mucilage. Okay. That mucilage coats the throat, reduces inflammation, and moves any stagnation. It became known as Singer's Tea because, side note, it was made popular during the, quote, reign of the Chinese Communist Party under Mao Zedong during the Cultural Revolution. During the Cultural Revolution, Chinese opera became very, very huge as a mechanism of propaganda. Everybody loved Chinese opera, and so the Chinese opera singers would be singing about the revolution. It was one of their primary forms of propaganda. So the opera singers were singing all over the country, winning people to a pro-communist, pro-revolutionary stance. This they carried around with them all the time. The little seed called Pung Dahai. I love it. I have a big old jar of it in my room. So Pung Dahai is a great way to, one, guarantee that you're getting enough water, and two, that if you have specifically those throat things that are indicative of liver qi stagnation, one, you're moving the stuck liver qi with Pung Dahai, and you're also coating you're coating the vocal cords, and you're coating the throat with this herb that is to move stagnant liver qi and to also reduce inflammation. There you go. So milk thistle, pung dahai, the dietary recommendations, the coffee enema, the liver gallbladder cleanse. Oh, another food that is a must, that is a go-to for this period that we're in, this season that we're in, is apples. Apples, and as a matter of fact, apples and grapefruit and lemon. Apples, grapefruit, and lemon. The liver loves. Apples, grapefruit, and lemon. The liver loves. But apples more than anything. Go hard, go ham. Buy yourself a big ass bag of organic apples and minimally one a day. Ideally, 3 apples a day. You're getting multiple benefits. You're getting the benefits of the pectin. You're getting the benefits of the soluble and the insoluble fiber up in your fiber intake. And then the apples help to build up pressure in the liver so that when you're ready to do your little liver gallbladder cleanse, you feel me? You can push as much sludge out of the liver as possible. The apples help you do that. So up your apple game. It's PUNG D, separate word, PUNG, separate word, duh, or I think it's DE, and then high, it's HAI, pung dahai, pung dahai. Okay, so what else can I tell you about the liver? Oh, now this is, so that's all, that's it. That's all the preparation I'm telling you about for the liver. You want more information? You have to pay me for it. You're going to have to book a session, even if it's a mini session. I'm open to that. Book a mini session. We can, as a matter of fact, I might even develop one since it's a very specific thing. It's a transition into the season. We're getting ready for the little such and such. What I will do is I will offer for the time being, let's say for the rest of the month, till the 31st, I will offer a 30-minute specific wellness session. So you don't have to do the whole consult. You can do a 30-minute wellness session specific to the liver until the 31st. And then I will tell y'all what I'm going to charge for that, which is probably minuscule since it's very specific. I don't know. Let me think about it overnight and I'll tell y'all, or I'll like put it in a post on my YouTube channel. But let me just think about that. Because I charge $180 for the wellness consult, which is an hour. Let me think about that for a minute. So let's, okay, so half off would be $90, but I'll tell you what. If you want a 30-minute liver specific like direction, if you want me to give you some direction on how, one, I will give you the protocol for the liver gallbladder cleanse. I will give you the protocol as I've worked them out for the coffee enema, and there's another liver protocol that's really great. It's I'm sure some of you have heard of the castor oil packs specifically for the liver. Those 3 things I will email to you. If you have questions about them in real time, I will walk you through those. The liver gallbladder cleanse, you'll probably have questions about. The other 2 are relatively self-explanatory. All 3 of those I will send to you, plus the actual time, the time of the conversation. So instead of doing $90, which would be half, I do the wellness consults for $180. But I'll keep it at 30 minutes and I will charge as a special only till the end of the month, till March 31st. I will charge $75 if you want to do a 30-minute consult with me that is liver specific. I'm going to just tell you, if you start to ask me a bunch of stuff that is not liver specific, that is not about me assisting you guys in transitioning from the kidney season into the liver season, I will charge you the full $180 for my time. Okay? This is the liver-specific consultation to help you transition smoothly into the liver season. I will offer that discount for $75 for 30 minutes, which is a steal. I will give you that for 30 minutes, $75 until March 31st. Okay. So when you email me, if you want to get a liver specific consultation, just put liver consult and I'll know exactly what it's for. And then we can work out the time, the date, and the details. And then we can commit to getting you the information that you need and walking you through it and allowing you to ask me any questions and tell me if you have any issues specifically dealing with the liver and the gallbladder that you would like some guidance on, like, because you may need nutrient specific information around that. So that too, I'm willing to do. Okay. All right. So awesome. That's that. Now, for the rest of this time that I'm on here, because I'm not going to be on here 4 hours a night, I'm tired and I haven't eaten since noonish. You feel me? I had back to back patients here at the house. So I'm going to wrap this up quick, but there were a couple of little esoteric-y things that I thought were really interesting that I wanted to share with you specifically about the liver. So I'm doing this little walk through the liver. I see you, bra strap. So again, go back and let me just put it down here again. For those of you who want to do that, again, the email address that you need to email me at to inquire about this liver-specific protocol to assist you in the transition, the harmonious transition into the liver season, you are going to email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Put liver consult in the subject header. Those of you who want to go ahead and do a full 5 elements consultation, put 5E consult in the subject header when you email me. Okay, cool. Now, bypassing that, doing the liver deep dive and all of that stuff, I started thinking about and this is probably going to be a deep dive that I go into a little later, but to give you I started thinking about the instances that the liver has been brought up in mythology, right? Obviously, the most obvious one is Prometheus, the story of Prometheus. And so I don't know how many of you are familiar at all with the story of Prometheus, but long story short, Prometheus was a god, and Prometheus is said. Grace Jackson asked, should the apples be raw or can you steam them? You can eat apples any way you see fit. You can steam them. You can cook them down in like oatmeal. You can eat them raw, right? Like apples. You can eat them however you want. You can cut them up. Now, one of the things that I used to do, side note, one of the things I do when I do the liver gallbladder cleanse, because I'm not going to stop drinking. It's the only vice that I still have. I'm not going to stop drinking. So what I do is twice a year, I do a liver gallbladder cleanse. Because there's a short period of time where you have to fast, right? So before that short period of time, you can eat whatever you want, but it cannot contain any fat at all. No fat whatsoever. Okay. So on that period of time that you're consuming food that has no fat in it in preparation for the short period of time that you're going to be fasting, if you can't have any fat, right? So that's no nuts, that's no nut milk, that's a lot of stuff. You can't have 0 fat in that preparation stage, which is very short, just a few hours. My go-to food, because again, the apples help to build up pressure in the liver, especially when you're getting ready to prepare to do a liver gallbladder cleanse. I would take 2 or 3 different types of apples. I like sour apples. So I like the Fuji apples, and I like the Gala Crisp or the Honey Crisp, right? I like sour apples, not so much sweet. So I would take 2 or 3 different types of apples, quarter them, and then I would dice them very small. And then I would also take cranberry raisins. I would take craisins and apples, put them in a bowl, and I would use rice milk, and I would make that my cereal. I would make a bowl full of apple, cut up small with some craisins, and I would eat it like cereal with rice milk. And that's what I would eat in that period of time when I could not consume any fat. It was just a delicious and kind of fun way to like get the amount of food that I could need to feel full as I'm going through this next few hours where I can't consume any food. So yes, there you go. Apples. Okay. So Prometheus, the story about Prometheus is that Prometheus was said, Prometheus is one of those characters. Hell nah, nothing. I no goddamn candy apples. Get out my feet, just bullshit. It's too late. It's 12:30 in the morning. Stop trying to crack jokes on my shit. Y'all been up on me all day. Anyway. But no, on a serious note, no candy apples. Okay. Okay, so Prometheus is one of these characters that I'm constantly telling you about because Prometheus is coming up a lot in astrology. Okay, lately over the last year, you've been hearing Icarus and Prometheus's name a lot in modern astrology and current astrology. Okay, so Prometheus, and you remember there was a horror movie that came out several years ago called Prometheus. So Prometheus has been coming up a lot in movies. Because, as a matter of fact, that bullshit name's bullshit. We watched Chaos with a K with Jeff Goldblum. Prometheus is one of the lead characters in this story, right? So Prometheus is showing up a lot currently. So Prometheus' story is that Prometheus is supposedly the god that created human beings, the shaped human beings from clay, Prometheus. Okay? Prometheus is supposedly the one who created human beings. Something happens with the human beings, right? But the human beings already know how to use fire, okay? That's a misnomer in the story. The human beings already know how to use fire, already have the gift of fire. Something happens. My feed is about to end on IG. So I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube. But if you don't, once this shuts down, I will open up a new live so you can come back on this live. And I'll finish telling the story about Prometheus and why it is relevant to the story that I've been teaching you for the last 3 days about how to transition into the liver season. Okay. Okay. What's today? Tuesday. Okay. Well. Okay. Okay. So Prometheus, shaper of humans out of clay. Humans know how to use fire by this time. They're already doing their thing with fire, right? Something happens. I don't remember. Something happens, and the humans piss Zeus off. I don't know what they did, but Zeus got mad at the humans, and as punishment for making him mad, Zeus takes back the knowledge of fire. God damn. Y'all, I'm on one. Zeus takes back the fire. He's like, y'all that made me mad, and so I'm taking the fire back. Okay? Zeus takes the fire back. Knowing that human beings cannot thrive without the use of fire, Prometheus, while the Olympians are asleep, Prometheus goes to Mount Olympus, steals the fire back, and gives the fire back to humans. Okay? Once Zeus realizes what has happened, he is livid. He is outraged. He mad as hell. And so when he finds out that Prometheus, quote, betrayed the Olympians and took the fire back and gave the power of fire back to humans, Zeus punished Prometheus by chaining him to a mountain, and then sending down a great eagle to eat his liver forever and ever and ever. Okay? And so while I was doing this, while I was collecting this information to teach you about how to care for your liver, how to transition into the season, I was like, why was this story so specific? Why did they go off about the liver in general? And then there was one article that was saying that it may be, quote, evidence that the ancient Greeks were aware of the regenerative power of the liver, that the liver will, even if seriously injured, like say you're in a car accident and I don't know, something comes and chops off a chunk of your liver, say a pole comes through the window, and I don't know, severs a part of your liver, that the liver will begin to restore the injured or missing part of the liver within hours. It will start regenerating. And so to the ancients, at least according to this article, this must have seemed like magic, that the liver was self-repairing and immediately self-repairing. And so what a torturous punishment to have an eagle come every day to consume a liver that had already repaired itself, right? I thought that was cool. Let's see. And the other thing is that the ancient Greeks as well, because they stole this information, I'm certain of it. The ancient Greeks saw the liver as the seat of the emotions, the seat of the emotions. Okay, so, and that's also Eastern medicine, by the way. That's also Hinduism and Chinese medicine. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so that's his punishment. His punishment is to have his liver, his immortal liver, eaten over and over and over and over and over again every day by an eagle. I have some thoughts about this that I won't go that deep into tonight, but maybe I'll do a whole little thing about the significance of Prometheus as it relates to real time, the real world, and today. What does this mythology trying to teach us in real time? So that might be something I do. But anyway, the other thing was Zeus couldn't just punish Prometheus; he still had to punish humans. So instead of taking back the fire again, what Zeus does. So the story is that men are on the earth using fire. The story is that Zeus is mad at the men. Okay? So the story is that Zeus creates the first female, the first, quote, woman. This first woman that he created to send to earth to punish mankind is Pandora. This is where the story of Pandora begins, is in this attitude that Zeus got with the men on earth for whatever they did that had pissed him off so bad. And then, excuse me, hopefully this thing will, okay, great. Okay. So, Zeus's punishment for mankind is to send a female. Ain't that about a bitch? So he sends Pandora to Earth with Pandora's box and then tells her, you're going to take the box to Earth. But the thing is you can never open the box. Y'all know the story. Y'all can never open the box. But the trick that Zeus played was that he would send, like, I think the story was that he would send spirits to tempt her. It wasn't just, he was just going to give her the box, tell her you can never open the box because she's a human and he's God. And she'd be like, okay, I ain't going to do it because God could do something crazy to me or whatever. So that wasn't enough to just send her down there with the box. He wanted her to open the box, Zeus, that was supposedly full of the calamities, all the calamities and all the evil shit. Okay. So he sends these spirits to chronically harass her, to tempt her to open. Girl, you want to open that box. Just like the story of the tree, right? Just like the story of the garden. Supposedly the evil, wicked serpent comes to tempt naive Eve. Girl, you just misunderstood what he said. He didn't really mean you can't eat the fruit. What he meant was if you eat the fruit, you will see too much, right? You will become aware and knowledgeable. And how bad could it be to be aware and knowledgeable? Girl, go ahead, eat that apple. Same thing with Pandora, first woman on Earth, according to this mythology. And he sends her to Earth with this beautiful box full of secrets. Okay? He says, don't ever open the box. And in her mind, she's like, damn, why you send me down with the box anyway if I can't never open the box? And then all the little voices come and they're like, girl, you want to open that box. He was playing. He didn't mean that don't ever open the box. He meant what he meant was what he said was. And so, as Zeus wanted, because he sent the quote female to quote punish mankind. Y'all see how wicked and ugly this story is? He sends the female to punish mankind, and he gives her a box that is full of all of the calamities on earth that could ever happen. Anything terrible that could ever happen is in this box. Diseases, pestilence, plague, and wars, and all the things. She opens the box. And according to this bullshitting ass story, there was only one thing in the box that was not malevolent. So when she opens the box, out spills all the calamities, all the terribleness, all the disease, all the things. And there was only one, quote, good thing in the box. And that thing that was in the box was hope. Ain't that about a what the hell kind of story is that? Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? That you just gonna spill all the calamity, all the possible ways to terrorize a person's life on Earth. You just gonna spill. And so Zeus in this story is not the bad guy for creating the box of calamities. Zeus isn't the bad guy. He ain't the nemesis. He ain't the evil one in the story. For who would even think to create a box with such evil substances as all the calamities and all the ways a person could possibly die and suffer on earth? Let me create that and put it in a little box. And as punishment to mankind, I'm going to create a female that will in turn tempt them to do things that they, quote, would otherwise not do, and send her down here with all the calamities and the plague and all the ways a man can die. She becomes responsible. Sound familiar? She becomes the ultimate bad guy. Sound familiar? She becomes the face of all that ails the planet. Sound familiar? Bullshit, man, bullshit. But anyway, the reason I mentioned that was I thought it was interesting that the liver not only shows up in the story about Prometheus getting his liver. The other thing about Prometheus is Prometheus was a female. Okay, just another evidence of one of these male deities usurping the goddess and then wearing her garb and saying that it's ceremonial. That's why I got a weird dress, because it's the garb of the position as a man. You feel me? Usurping the mother's power, usurping the mother's image, usurping the mother's story, and then making her the villain or disappearing her altogether. There you go. This is another story because Prometheus is the mother. Prometheus is a female. Okay? Anyway, then there is another story about another deity that I'd never heard of. His name was Titus. And his story was similar. He was punished, blah, 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 blah. But he was condemned to have his liver eaten by 2 vultures on every new moon. Isn't that fascinating? Why so specific? Why the liver? Why 2 vultures? So this is the kind of shit I want to get into. But anyway, yeah, so Titus was, condemned, punished to have his liver eaten every new moon by 2 vultures. Who do the vultures represent? The EvoEmeTemp. The EvoEmeTemp. Okay? And then the last thing that I'm going to leave y'all, the last 2 things that I'm going to leave y'all with that are also esoteric significances of the liver that I thought were fascinating. You remember the book Frankenstein, right? The book Frankenstein, which was written by Mary Shelley, is considered to be the very first book, the very first science fiction book of the modern age. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. But did you know that Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, there's something eerily and awesomely significant about this book? First of all, I never knew that the original writing of Frankenstein had a subtitle. So it's called Frankenstein. The subtitle is The Modern Prometheus. Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. Right? The other awesomely significant thing about this book is Mary Shelley was 18 years old when she wrote the book. She was 18 years old when she wrote the book, and the book was written and published in 1818. 999. Isn't that awesome? She was the number 9 in terms of her birthday, or the number of years that she was, and the year was 1818 that she published the book, reducing to 999. Isn't that unbelievable? The modern Prometheus, aka Frankenstein. Anyway, so I thought that was dope. And then the last little esoteric, liver specific thing that I want to leave you with in this discussion, because there's one more thing I want to talk to you about. I know I said I was going to stop. There's one more thing I want to talk to you about in this live. Okay. So there is a form of divination. You've seen it before, like on TV and shit. There's a form of divination that is called haruspex. And haruspex is the type of divination used where you see the future through using animal organs to divine. Okay, so you've seen it like on movies or something where somebody like kills an animal and then is looking through their organs. That is haruspex. In primarily Greece and Rome, there was a very specific type of divination that was called hepatomancy. I told you, HEPA, HEPA or HEPATO always refers to the liver. Hepatomancy is specifically using the liver to divine the future. Let me tell you, why is that interesting? Hold on, where my little picture at? Using the liver to divine the future. What did I say the liver does? It gives you a vision through your internal eye of all of the future possibilities. A healthy liver gives you a vision of all of the future possibilities. And then I read this thing here that a popular form of divination or future seeing the future, predicting the future, was a ritual called hepatomancy in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, where the organ used specifically was the liver. The liver was used to define the future. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? Okay, so switching gears. That's the liver. I'm done with it. I'm done. Okay. Let me tell you quick notes on stuff that came up that I thought you guys would find interesting or whatever. Okay. I started watching the show. It's a little corny. It's a teenage show. I watched the whole series because the name of the show is called Get Even. It's a mini series. It's called Get Even. I just started watching it the other day, just dump scrolling. You feel me? Well, you, my dear, at 3 a.m. are in the height of liver time. 1 to 3 a.m. Remember, is liver time. It's also what? The witching hour. Let's go. Okay, so in this show called Get Even, the subtitle of the show is called DGM. DGM. The DGM means don't get mad. The title of the show is Get Even. So, little minor synopsis about the show. The show is about these 4 teenage girls that go to this really preppy, rich private school in England somewhere, right? And it's very cliquish. You got the quote scholarship kids and the this and the this and the this and the, all the little cliquish shit that happens in a school, right? Well, these girls all represent or all come from the different social classes in the school. Nobody in the school knows that these girls know each other or have a relationship with each other. But as the show comes on, the very first episode, these girls are meeting in their secret location in the school and they're plotting a revenge. They're plotting a course of revenge on the coach of the rugby team or whatever, the lacrosse team, whatever bougie sport they're playing. The girls are plotting revenge on the coach because somebody had informed one of them that the coach was terrorizing the kids on the team, like really brutally terrorizing these kids. So they do this little thing. One of them is a computer genius and she'd be hacking shit left and right. And so they humiliate the coach in front of a school assembly. And because of what the coach did, he ended up being suspended. And then these girls come together and they're like, okay, let's go. Who we going to after next? So what they do is people who are tyrants, like real tyrants, like doing really diabolical shit. People are doing really diabolical shit and they know that the school's administration is not going to do anything. So they take action to get revenge. Okay. To like correct the course of action. You feel me? Now, when the girls meet, if one brings a target up in the meeting and they all agree that this is going to be their next target, then they have this little thing where they say each one of them say their name. Okay? So the first thing is when they have their first meeting, they're like, okay, one of the girls, or the second meeting, the girl's like, okay, team, what are we going to do? And the girls are like, we ain't friends. We don't kick it. We ain't hanging out. We just all agreed that we need to get revenge and we all got skills that can help us get revenge on behalf of people who are victimized by these tyrants in the school. So we ain't friends. And one of the girls is like, we're more like co-workers, right? We're more like co-workers. So they all agree that they're co-workers. And one of the girls says, listen to this quote. She says, yes, I like that. I like the idea of being co-workers in the Department of Vengeance. I said, oh shit. I was in here screaming. I said, oh shit. I was like, God damn, is that what we need as the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? When we start creating all our little subcommittees, do we need a Department of Vengeance up in our shit? These little girls said, I like the idea that we are co-workers in the Department of Vengeance. That shit moved me. Okay. That shit moved me. I was like, we need a Department of Vengeance. That's definitely got to be on the agenda. Okay. So anyway, when they agree upon whoever the next target is going to be, they in real time make an oath. Every time they decide on a new target, they make an oath. The oath goes, Each one of them will say their name. For example, I am Cassandra-Floyd. She puts her fist out in the circle. I am Cassandra-Floyd, and I don't get mad. The next girl says her name. I am blase blah this and such, and I don't get mad. And the next girl, and the next girl. And when all of their fists are on top of each other as they're making this oath, when the last girl says, my name is whatever, whatever, and I don't get mad. And the last girl, they all said, we don't get mad, we get even. And then they break out, and then they all got the assignments. Y'all, I'm getting goosebumps. They all break out. They all got their own assignment. I mean, now, for those of you who may want to embark on, it's a mini series, like 7 episodes. Those of you who may want to embark on this little mini series, I'll watch the whole thing. It is good for what it is. It is really geared towards young teenagers. Okay, that's my disclaimer, because the cheese factor is there. It's geared towards young people. If you can move past the cheese factor, it's a very good show. It's got some deep subject matter. You feel me? I liked it. But you know, I like young people. I still have active relationships with young people, even my kids. My kids like me. You feel me? So I can easily wade through cheesy to get to the substance. But I'm telling you, them little girls sitting up on top of that building talking about we don't get mad, we get even, because we co-workers in the Department of Vengeance. We'd have made an art. We'd have made an art form out of vengeance. I said, oh my God, come on in the room then. Come on in the motherfucking room. So that I wanted to share. I wanted to make sure that I did not get up off here without telling y'all we need a Department of Vengeance up in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We need skilled saboteurs. Yes, we do. We need hackers. Yes, we do. We need we need a whole bunch of other stuff. But we can start with that. These girls did that. Okay. There was something else. Oh, the last thing. This is the absolute last thing I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to get up off here. So remember Saturday when I did that first very, very long live. And one of the aspects of the live that I was talking about was my deep dive into like Newton's 4 laws of thermodynamics, the Newtonian laws of motion, and E equals mc squared as a part of the theory of relativity. Remember that? And I was going into the very specific definition of E equals mc squared and what it means, what it breaks down to, which was what? About mass, aka matter, and energy. Energy equals mass. Energy equals mass times it stood for consistency. I think that's what in constant motion, right? So consistency squared, right? Or speed of light is basically what that consistency stands for, is the speed of light. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Remember? And we were saying that even the smallest amount of mass produces an enormous amount of energy. Remember, we said 1 kilogram of mass produced, what was it? 9 times 10 to the 16th power joules of energy, which was the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. Remember that? And my mind was blown. I was like, damn, is there a way to translate like joules of energy to the human energetic output? Remember that? And I said, one of y'all tell me your body weight and then convert your body weight in pounds to kilograms to see how many kilograms your body weight is. And then, so remember that whole process? Let me tell you. So this wormhole is going to go deep. Okay. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a physicist, but now Now I'm on one and I want to know how we are being robbed. I want to know the exact and specific ways that we are being energetically, aka monetarily robbed. I want to know. So the other day, I'm sitting in the car and I said, I Googled how much in money is 1 joule of energy worth? That was a complicated question for Google because apparently a joule of energy is not directly convertible into like the language of currency. Okay. So what Google did say several times in several different pages is that if it was possible to put a monetary value on a joule of energy, then that value would be 0.19 some number like 19 cents, $0.19. You feel me? And the first person I think it was that gave me her body weight converted from pounds to kilograms was like 538. I think it was like 538 kilograms was the equivalent of her weight in pounds. Okay. I was trying because I need a physicist too. So somebody can probably do these mathematics and make these conversions a lot more easier than me going into fucking wormholes. But in the meantime, walk with me. So when I couldn't get kind of like the answer that I was trying to get in that language, I said, okay, let's make this easier. I said, I put in Google, how much is one human being worth? Okay. How much is one human being worth? What Google brought up, child, is based on, I want y'all to walk with me, child. This is why we need weavers. This is why creating time in a 5-dimensional web, creating history or telling history and time in a 5-dimensional web, like this is the work we got to do. Okay. So I asked Google, how much money is one human being worth? Okay. What Google proceeds to tell me is based on the current economic output, meaning work, meaning labor, based on the current economic output, the what do you call it? Oh my God, the based on the life expectancy, based on the current work output of a person that will work for 40 years, based on all the economic, all these little things, the average, the belief, the general consensus everywhere on earth, the general consensus by all of these different people who research and study this shit, right? Like what you call them? Economic analysts and shit like that. Listen to what I'm trying to tell y'all on this night. Even, as a matter of fact, NPR, National Public Radio, Amy Goodman, did an interview with 3 people who are like, quote, professionals in these areas of this question, right? The general consensus on all the sites that I looked on is that one human life is valued at $10 million as of 2022. As of 2022, every single human life is valued at $10 million. $10 million. $10 million. Okay? So what I asked myself was, I said, if a person, the way the state has this thing orchestrated to guarantee the extraction of our energy, aka our labor, aka our wealth, the way that this thing is currently set up, if they had their way, your ass would be working full time from the age of 20 to the age of about 60. I just rounded it out because literally they want you to start working around 15 and they want you to retire at the age of 65. But if we just keeping it simple, keeping the math simple, say you working from the age of 20 to the age of 25. I started out with, so that's 40 years, okay? So say you working 40 years. The average American right now is making $30,000. The average is making about $30,000 a year. Okay, that is $15,000 below the poverty level. The poverty level, the average poverty level in the United States of America, I believe at the last time I heard it was like $45,000 a year. Okay, but the average person is making about $30,000 a year in the United States. So say your ass from birth, the way they have these economics laid out and they can predict how much wealth you're going to generate in your lifetime, these motherfuckers got this down to a mathematical precision. You feel me? But I said, okay, I can't find that for whatever reason. Let's say for the average person who is worth at birth $10 million. Okay? Let's say they start working at the age of 20 and they work diligently for 40 years from the age of 20 to the age of 60. Okay? And if they are an average American, then they're making $30,000 a year. At $30,000 a year, working for 40 years, your ass, let's see, how did I work that out? If you're working diligently for $30,000 a year, from 20 to 60, you will actually earn for yourself that $30,000 a year, you will actually earn $1,200,000. If my math ain't wrong, $1,200,000. Working 40 years at $30,000 a year. Okay. So if you work 40 years of your life to earn $30,000 a year, and that earns you, if you lucky, $1,200,000. $1.2 million, right? That means somebody has your other $8,800,000 has gone somewhere. Where your other $8,800,000? Where your other $8.8 million went to? If everybody on Earth is worth approximately $10 million, where your other $8.8 million went to? Where your $8 million went? That ain't even, that's just you. That's just you. That ain't even talking about what we talked about a couple months ago, where Forbes magazine says with the amount of work that the unpaid full-time housewife should be earning based on the skills that she executes, the tasks and the labors that she executes in her home to keep her home functioning, she should be making minimally $146,000 a year. That's what she should be making. That is for adjusting for the death rate, not even the death rate, the aging out of work rate, the retirement rate, and the amount of children that need to be born to eventually replace those that are aging out of the labor force. 2.2 children, according to the United States, need to be, each household need to have 2.2 children. The majority of people up in here need to have 2.2 children to have an even flow of people aging out of the workforce and potentially coming into the workforce. 2.2 children. So the woman who has 2.2 children, who is a full-time housewife in her home, should be making minimally $146,000 a year. That's what she should be earning. That's what the state should be paying as an ongoing producer of a potentially all new labor force. I digress. We went through that whole thing. That if every woman who has had A child should be making $146,000 a year to care for, secure, and educate that child who will eventually become a part of the labor force required to keep this bitch afloat, then first of all, I should be a millionaire. By the time my child was 18 years old, I should have been a millionaire if I was making $146,000 a year. Not only should I have been a billionaire, my baby who has children should also be a millionaire by now. Not only her, my mama should have been a millionaire at least twice over, and my big mama had 9 children who grew up, are all still living to a ripe old age, producing in this monstrous motherfucker right here, and they are not millionaires, and my big mama did not die a millionaire for the offspring, her contributions to the labor force up in this bitch. So when I talk about the multiplicity of ways that we are being robbed in real time, in plain sight, that if you lucky and you don't ever get sick and you don't ever have to pay no taxes, you feel me? Like, you making $30,000 a year, you bringing home $30,000 a year. You ain't even bringing home 30. Okay, let's make it that you bringing home $30,000 a year. After taxes, after all the things, you bringing home $30,000 a year. That if you work diligently and hard and don't take no motherfucking sick days for 40 years, you will have earned $1.2 million for yourself. Let me rephrase that. You will not have earned $1.2 million. Let me rephrase that. You will not have earned $1.2 million. You will have generated $10 million that you are said to be worth at the moment that you are born for the potential, your energetic potential to produce for the society. You will have generated that wealth. You yourself will only have benefited from $1.2 million of what you have generated, what you have produced. Your mass, your matter, your flesh, what was it? 538 kilograms of mass, 538 kilograms of mass that has the potential, 1 kilogram of your mass having the potential to produce 9 times 10 to the 16th power of joules of energy. You feel me? Your mass generated wealth, which is what? Energy. Wealth is energy. Money is energy. You feel me? So your mass having produced $10 million worth of energy, or quote wealth, you done generated it. The problem with this motherfucking scenario is somebody has stolen that which you energetically produced, generated with your mass, with your flesh. What happened to your other $8.8 million? Where's that? If everybody on the planet, all these women and children, all these men, women, and children, all over the continent of Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, Sudan, Congo, and these places, thrust into a perpetual state of deliberate proxy war to be able to exploit raw materials from the continent, and they working literally like they working hard as hell, 16-hour days in the most brutal conditions to earn just enough money to feed them rice every day. But they worth $10 million. But not only are they, as mass, worth $10 million, scores of billions of dollars of mineral resources. They, as mass, generating and producing energy, are digging up more mass. In the form of plutonium and uranium and coltan and gold and diamonds and and all the motherfucking things. Billions and scored, hell, trillions of dollars of raw materials in the form of that which comes out of the belly of Mother Earth, being extracted from the Mother Earth by the enslaved raw materials known as human beings, men, women, and children on the continent, who, according to this interview on NPR by Amy Goodman, every single human being born on the planet Earth is estimated to be valued at the amount of $10 million based on the projections of that which they will produce. Where your money at? Where your energy at? Where your wealth at? If you are worth $10 million and your ass at the best version of yourself, if it was possible, can only hope to about, if you're an average working class person, you can only hope that in your lifetime you may be able to earn, you may be able to bring home into your own personal life of what you earn, $1.2 million, which we know that's not the reality for most working class people, right? I'm making a distinction because I'm not saying you earned $1.2 million. What I'm saying is your ass, by virtue of being born, your ass, by virtue of arriving here under this system, they have put a value, they have attached a value to you at birth, and then they decide where is going to be best for them to extract that value from you. Are you going to be best served in these prison systems where we don't have to create the circumstances for you to keep for yourself $1.2 million of what you produce? We can come in here and pay you literally 5 cents an hour or 50 cents an hour or $1 an hour. Or if you were one of these enslaved prisoners in California who are forced to work in these goddamn fire camps, if you lucky, your ass might make $5 a day fighting fires with no insurance. So your ass ain't even gonna make $250,000 in your lifetime, depending upon how long you in prison, because you getting paid anywhere from 5 cents an hour to, if you lucky, $2 an hour in prison. Guess what? Your ass in prison is still worth $10 million. And not only are you worth $10 million, they gonna make sure your ass is generating. They gonna make sure your ass is creating that $10 million. That your mass is generating that $10 million. Your ass just ain't gonna get it. Your ass just ain't gonna benefit from that which you generate, from that which you produce. Y'all on here tripping. I'm trying to give y'all a motherfucking word. We have to be clear about what it is we are fighting for. We have to be clear about what it is we coming after. We have to be clear about what it is we're doing meditations and affirmations for. Bitch, why do you have to do abundance rituals and shit if your ass is born worth $10 million, at least where the state is concerned? Nigga, if you can generate $10 million out your very existence, out your very matter, out your very flesh, where your $10 million at? Bitch, where my money at? Where my money at? Elon Musk done stole it. Jeff Bezos done stole it. Trump done stole it. Every billionaire on earth got their hands in your $10 million, bitch. Every billionaire on earth got their hands in your $10 billion. They done stole somebody $10 billion to be billionaires. This is the only way the mathematics can work. They done stole somebody $10 million to become billionaires. Somebody had to lose their shit in order for them to be billionaires. That's the starting point. The state, they got your $10 billion. In the fact that you have to pay taxes tenfold. You have to, your earnings get taxed. Then that what you bring home as your net pay, that what you bring home is taxed to fucking death. Your automobile that you paid for is taxed. The house that you paid for is taxed. The land that the house seat on is taxed. Every time you go to the corner store, you you taxed. Every time you go to the clothing store, you taxed. If your ass is homeless and ain't got shit to your name, you street homeless. Your ass, if you live in the state of California, bitch, you homeless, you ain't got shit. You got a blanket and a cushion, if you lucky, on the sidewalk. Guess what, bitch? Your ass paying taxes every day. Every time you walk into a convenience store, every time you walk into a grocery store, every time you go to a fast food joint, that little bit that you have, and you homeless and you worth $10 million, that little bit you got is being taxed. But you ain't got your $10 million. Them homeless people sometimes go to little rip-off, what they mafia-style organizations called day labor services, where they exploit the fuck out of you because they know you ain't got shit. They exploit the fuck out of you, make you work in crazy-ass conditions, don't pay you the value of your labor, and then tax the fuck out of you on top of it. You understand what I'm saying? You literally getting taxed. You getting taxed for everything. How you don't just pay one tax? Do your quote job, pay your quote tax, and that's it. Ain't nothing else tax because y'all done took all the tax you need off the top of my shit. Nope, you get taxed everywhere. Get taxed everywhere. The question that we need to be asking all the time is, I hear what you're talking about. I hear what you're talking about. Whatever it is, I hear what you're talking about when it's a discussion with the state. I hear what you're talking about when you're talking about, this and this and this and this and this, the money for, good roads and road maintenance and this. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. Where my money at? What y'all done deal with my $8.8 million? I ain't trying to hear no shit y'all talking about. Y'all done took enough from us. I need to know where the fuck my money at. I'm trying to tell you. I need a statistician and I need a goddamn physicist who can crunch these numbers in a way that I'm trying to articulate, but I'm neither one of those things. So I need you to make this shit that I'm working on plain. I need to know the myriad of ways these motherfuckers have robbed me and mine's blind. And then I need a direct route on how to reclaim what the fuck is mine. Where my $8.8 million at, bitch? According to y'all, where my $8.8 million at? Where my shit at? Where my shit at? Because reparations, somebody said the other day, and it annoyed the fuck out of me, but I didn't want to go off. Talking about, y'all niggas really think these motherfuckers gonna write y'all a check. Bitch, it ain't about nobody writing nobody a check. It is about the reclamation of what is ours. Because there's some of y'all out here that be on that bullshitting ass bullshit, and I want to make my position plain. If you are black-skinned in the United States of America and you have a problem with black people who know good and damn well they are the direct descendants of enslaved human beings, and you are in the crew that say, we will never know slaves, where are the ships at, and all of this bullshit, that we indigenous to this land, so the so-called Indians ain't really indigenous, this our shit. I cannot with y'all. There is no shit you gonna debate me about. There is no shit that you will have me debate nobody about. It's stupid. It's dumb as fuck. It's ill-informed. It's ill-informed is what it is. Even if that's your lane, I'm not going to debate you about what you think and what you believe. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to try to convince you away from what you believe. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to say is even if you believe that you have no descendants in your ancestry and your hair is nappy as mine, your skin is black as mine, your nose is big as mine, your ass is fat as mine, and you don't believe you have no African descendants in your bloodline nowhere, that you quote indigenous to this land, North America, right? Which be making my brain hurt, y'all. Because can we just learn some basic geographical science? Can we just have a conversation about Pangea and the parting of the continents and how it's not an improper multiple things can be true at the same time. Yes, you can be black-skinned and be quote indigenous to North America, but you know how you can be black-skinned and indigenous to North America? It's because at one point All of these continents were a single landmass, and the heart of that landmass was still sub-Saharan goddamn Africa, biatch. That land, the heart of this singular mass called a singular continent before the age of Pangea, the original mitochondrial Eve, the first among us all, 1.5 million years ago, arrived, emerged in sub-Saharan Africa. So yes, you can still be, quote, indigenous to North America, but your ass is still an African. You feel me? I'm sorry. I know you're going to be mad about it. You feel me? And during the age of Pangea, you feel me? As the earthquakes and what is it? Plate tectonics and shit, you feel me? The masses eventually split apart. And so during this extraordinarily lengthy period, this lengthy evolutionary period where the one that was once black becomes the many as hunter-gatherers chasing herds in every direction along this singular landmass. And so black people end up on this landmass separated by water, and on this landmass separated by water, North and South America, and on this landmass separated by mountains and all kinds of other stuff, water and other kinds of stuff, Asia, and separated by water, India, and separated by other mountain ranges and all kind of stuff, Europe. Black-skinned people over a very long evolutionary period of our skin, our blood, our body, and our melanin adjusting to the variances of exposure to sunlight, the changes in the animals and the plants. As the continents are splitting apart, our complexions changed. So please stop that. Please stop. Just stop. That shit about saying that because you believe that you are not the descendant of anybody from Africa, and as a matter of fact, I don't even resonate with nobody in Africa. I don't relate to nobody in Africa, and y'all niggas out here talking about reparations. Y'all want somebody to cut y'all a check, and y'all ain't even Africans. There was no slaves. All this dumbass shit. I just can't. We don't even have to be talking about reparations, but yes, reparations. But we don't even have to be talking about reparations. We can be talking about these numbers right here. As of 2022, these economists say each person born on the planet is worth about $10 million. And what we are plotting and scheming on is a myriad of ways that we can use to guarantee that you generate this $10 million, but you don't have access to it. That's all we plotting and scheming on. So we call it everything but what it is. We can start right now today. We don't have to talk about our enslaved African ancestors whose names we know. We don't have to talk about them. We don't have to talk about those of us who may have Native American, actual indigenous Native American ancestors right here. And all of the ways that they were robbed and murdered and their lives shortened is value lost from the community. Every person whose life is taken away from them prematurely serves the state and simultaneously robs the community of wealth and wealth potential and wealth creation. Every life lost prematurely, shot by the police, serves to terrorize the community into submission. That's the purpose that it serves. Yes, this motherfucker might be worth $10 million, but he's better to us shot and killed in public in a brutal display. So it makes sure that we can keep the herd functioning the way we need them to function, while at the same time robbing the community of potential wealth. You feel me? So even if we wasn't talking about, say we just started 100 years ago, talking about the myriad of ways we've been collectively robbed, wealth collectively robbed from our community, whether it's the use of eminent domain to steal our homes at pennies on the dollar, whether it is the creation of, the creation of code departments to make sure that we could not grow our homes, build our homes on land that we purchased without seeing 4 or 5 or 6 different types of, quote, code specialists to give us permission legally to build on the land that we purchased. You name it. There is 150,000 ways we have been robbed just in the last 100 years, where the demand for reparations is still just. So shut the fuck up. Like, really shut the fuck up. As a matter of fact, who was it? What's his name? Professor Leonard Jeffries. Professor Leonard Jeffries in the mid-'80s, in preparation for a tribunal called the Tribunal for Reparations for Africans in America. I think the first year was 1984, sponsored by the African People's Socialist Party. They hired, who at the time was one of the most well-known Black historians in the country, Professor Leonard Jeffries, who's still teaching now. Professor Leonard Jeffries, based on all the stuff that I'm talking about right now, this whole, it was a whole tribunal on reparations that were getting together, trying to work out the numbers. One of the things that they were using was this book that was compiled by W.E.B. Du Bois in, I want to say the 1920s, maybe. And the name of this compilation was called We Charge Genocide. That was the name of it. I think it's out of print. I have a copy of it. We Charge Genocide. It was all of these Black organizations. All they were doing was compiling lists of stories of people who had been lynched, who had been robbed, who had been wrongfully incarcerated, any way that Black people had been terrorized in this period. And they were compiling it in this piece that they were going to present to the World Court. They were going to present their case. It was later than that. They were going to present their case of genocide to the World Court. Okay? This was the compilation. And the name of it was called We Charge Genocide, right? And it included a lot of what I'm talking about, right? Premature death, deliberate death at the hands of the state, on and on, lynching, the whole thing. Based on that information, based on the current information during the Tribunal for Reparations to Africans in the United States, Professor Leonard Jeffries determined at that time, which was 1984, I believe, that Black people collectively in the United States were owed for slavery and on. But he had determined that just for slavery, if you were accounting for the theft of wages for 400 years for slavery only, not including the myriad of ways that Black people have been exploited subsequent to the end of slavery, for slavery alone, based on nothing more than labor and adjusting that labor for the current value of labor, a value of money in 1984. That in 1984, Black people, just for unpaid wages during slavery, were owed $17 trillion. $17 trillion were owed to Black people and the descendants of Black people for slavery alone. That if you were to adjust that number for the end of slavery and the rate of exploitation prior to past the end of slavery, that the number would be incalculable. Factoring in Jim Crow, eminent domain. Somebody mentions red code and red line, black code, and all these other ways. We can't even talk about human trafficking, outright slavery. 77,000 Black women and girls that went missing at the height of pandemic in a single year. 77,000 Black women and girls that went missing in the height, 1 year of pandemic. The rate of incarceration, right? Prison convict leasing, right? So on and on and on and on and on. So say you one of them Negroes talking about we ain't no Africans and all of this bullshit, you feel me? Cool. Call yourself what you want to call yourself, boo. Call yourself what you want to call yourself. Even if you are saying, because I ain't no African, fuck reparations, okay. Don't even talk about reparations for slavery. Let's just talk about the reparation of damage done to Black-skinned communities since the year 1900. Let's just talk about that. You still talking about scores of trillions of dollars wealth robbed from the Black community. So please stop doing that. Stop doing that. The issue is not the issue that you have. The issue that you have talking that bullshit is not with Black people who say I am an African. The issue that you have is not with Black people who say I am the descendant of African people. The issue that you have is not with people who know that they are the descendants of enslaved Black people in the South or wherever they was. That's not your problem. That's not your problem. Your problem, person who says, I'm native, I'm indigenous, that's fine. Your problem is still our problem. And your problem is not with those of us who say, I'm an African. I'm proud to be African. I can be more than one thing at a time. I can say that I am African and I am indigenous to the Western Hemisphere because I can count back my relationship to Western Hemispheric indigenous people. It's not a contradiction for me to say that. It's not a contradiction. As a matter of fact, I just went to a powwow 2 weeks ago, and somebody said, "Oh, what tribe? What tribe are you from?" They ask me that all the time. What tribe are you from? I said, Yoruba, Fulani, Igbo, and Choctaw. See how I did that? They was just talking about Western Hemispheric tribe, but I know what my lineage is, so I can say, yes, I'm Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, and Choctaw. More than one thing can be true at the same time. So please just refrain from saying stupid shit in public. Those, even your indigeneity, whatever the quality of your indigeneity is not the issue. It is not the issue at hand. It is not the issue of your life. It is not the issue that is plaguing your fucking existence. It is the fact that on some basic scientific shit, your mass has the ability to produce energy. Is the energy that your mass is producing and generating benefiting your life and the lives of those that you love? Or is your mass and its ability to generate and produce energy, magnanimous amounts of energy, benefiting someone the fuck else? That's the only issue. That's the only issue. It's the only issue that exists. It's the only issue that exists. It's the only issue that's important. It's the only question that needs to be answered. That you, as a material force, you as flesh, you as matter, you as mass, from the moment that you emerge from your mother's body, will be producing energy. That's what you will be doing. The amount of energy that you have the capacity to produce, somebody has already calculated and measured to the very last penny and have determined, based on your relationship to this construct and the state, how much they expect to benefit off of the energy potential that rests in your matter, in your mass. And what is the most advantageous way for them to benefit off the majority of the energy that your mass generates? Everything else is a distraction. Your indigeneity and how indigenous are you and why you call yourself an African and all of that bullshit and ass bull, that is not the question. We don't even have to have a conversation about reparations because, bitch, as far as I'm concerned, ain't nobody in a position to write us a check. That check that you would be scribbling numbers on represents a certain percentage of somebody's wealth you have stolen. That number that your ass has the capacity to write on the check is just a fraction of the representation of that which your ass, the privileged, your ass, the rich, your ass, the plutocracy, your ass, the oligarchy, your ass, the state has stolen from the rest of us. Give us our shit back. Ain't nobody got to ask y'all for a motherfucking thing. Not an education, not a goddamn job. All y'all got to do is unhand our $8.8 million. That's what y'all got to do. All y'all got to do is unhand our shit, and we'll make this shit pop. We'll solve all our own problems. We'll fill all our own needs. Who the fuck need to be paying insurance when you have $8.8 million worth of value resting in your flesh that somebody is robbing you of? I ain't got to pay insurance every month when I can just go to the hospital when something happens and say, I will pay you exactly what you need from me. So you ain't got to be siphoning money off me in the event of. Insurance is a setup. It's a fucking orchestration whose soul's purpose is to rob. It's one of the many manifestations of the ways the state and the oligarchy and the plutocracy and all of this bullshit is set up to siphon you slowly. You feel me? Remember, I was telling you about an image that I found. It's a terrible image, but it speaks clearly about what I'm talking about. Where it is big ass fat white oligarch in his suit and tie, and his belly is huge, and his chin is huge. He is the personification of gluttony. He's got money falling out of his pockets. He's got on a suit and a gold. I mean, it's a very specific picture. He's huge. He's fat. He's got a cigar. He is the image of like what gluttony looks like. And he is sitting on a chair, right? And next to him is one of them stands that the little saline, the little drip bags, the little saline bag is hanging from. And he has a needle in his arm where the saline bag is supposed to be hanging, right? Like where you get a drip of like, of like whatever you need, medicine. But instead of it being a saline bag hanging from the little stand that's giving him what he needs, quote, the medicine that he needs, is a stereotypical African starving child. The pictures they used to put all over the TV with Suzanne Summers, just 3 cents a day can help some starving African baby, right? This picture, a comic picture that somebody drew, is of a little black baby tied with a rope around its ankle so it could suspend from the little pole. And instead of an IV bag being there, this child's blood is what's going into the bloodstream of this goddamn wealthy oligarch. That's us. That's us. That's the whole planet. That's the whole planet. That's us. It was an extraordinarily accurate depiction of what is wrong with the whole earth, is that we acquire our bodies. Spirit. We acquire our bodies as a gift of experience. That's what the mother does for us. What is it? What do Chinese medicine say? The womb is the place that gives form to spirit. Isn't that what the medicine say? The magnanimous nature of the uterus is this magical lower palace where spirit comes to take form. Our mother gives us the gift of a material experience. Our mother gives us the gift of a material experience. And we come to earth to experience the beauty and the abundance of the material realm. And what has happened in the subduing of the mother, in the destroying of the relationship between the mother and her children, the Father God has taken and reversed the entire narrative that earth is a prison, that you come to this prison in a fleshly form to suffer, to prove how much and how anxious and how willing you are to suffer to get back to the spiritual world. Meanwhile, those who give you the narrative that justifies your fucking suffering are the ones who are living out their heavenly experience on earth at your expense, because they recognize that you, spirit, power personified, as a material force have the ability, 1 kilogram of your mass converted into energy has the ability to produce 9 times 10 to the 16th power joules of energy, which is the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT. And your ass can barely support your life. Asking all the wrong questions, saying all the wrong things, asking yourself, how much college do I need to make a living enough to meet my needs? How many patients I got to see in a week to make sure my bills is paid? You be asking the wrong questions. Every question is the wrong question. There's only one question. Spiritually, there's only one question. Politically, there's only one question. Economically, there's only one question. Socially, there's only one question. Racism, there's only one question. Imperialism, there's only one question. If my value under this construct here, right, in the language that everybody can understand, if my individual value at birth is $10 million, and I work 40 hours a week, and my mama and them work 40 hours a week, and everybody I know work like a beast of burden and got several side hustles just to make sure that they can eat, and women cannot leave their abusive relationships because she cannot afford to rent a 1-bedroom apartment by her motherfucking self, that 2 people have to live together, so she can't go. Where my motherfucking money at? If I'm worth $10 million, bitch, where my shit at? Where my $10 million at? Where my $10 million? Bitch, where my $10 million at? Because if your ass, let me tell you like this. If your ass, based on these very, very simple math that I just did, if your ass from the age of 20 to the age of 60, work all the hours that you need to, right? No days off, no vacation, your ass work, and you, quote, earn your $1.2 million, your $1.2 million in them 40 years that you work. Say that, okay? Oh, there was a thought I had. And that $1.2 million, which is $30,000 a year, which you now know in this economy that we live in, that as of 2022, there is not a single city in the continental United States of America, this is their own statistics, there's not a single city in the continental United States of America where a child graduating high school at the age of 18 can go out into the workforce, say they don't want to go to college, they go out to the workforce and they work a minimum wage job, but they work that job 40 hours a week. There's not a single city in the United States any longer where a full-time 40-hour-a-week worker with a basic high school education working a minimum wage job can afford a 1-bedroom apartment by themselves. Not one city in the country. Not one city in the country can a person working 40 hours a week with a basic education making $30,000 a year, if that, can afford a 1-bedroom apartment by themselves. And so you expected in 40 years that you will have, quote, earned for yourself of your own $10 million, $1.2 million to support your life. Where instead, if they would just unhand your motherfucking $10 million, would you have to work? Because according to this very basic kindergartners math, because I am no mathematician, according to this basic kindergartners math I just did, $1.2 million may support your very bare minimum existence, because that's what you're going to earn if you're working for 40 years at $30,000 a year with no vacation and no sick days. But damn, do you really need to work 40 years for your $1.2 million? When in your energetic motherfucking matter bank, you hold in your bank $10 million worth of wealth. And you know that your work is generating that wealth. You know that your labor is generating that wealth. The question is, it ain't even a question. It's a demand. There's not even a question. There's not even one question. The demand is unhand my motherfucking wealth. Unhand my energy. Unhand my generative my generative powers. Unhand my shit. That's the demand. It ain't even a question. In every space, in every circle, in every sermon, in everything. Unhand my motherfucking shit. Unhand my life. Unhand my life. Unhand my generative potential. Unhand my $10 million based in the language that your ass can understand. They ain't even a need for reparations, bitch. If you recognize that all the wealth that you see belongs to you and somebody else is holding possession of it. It's your shit and somebody else is holding possession of it. That's the demand. Unhand my motherfucking shit. Where my 8.8 million? Go to your boss tomorrow. Say, nigga, where my $8.8 million at? Where my? I'm getting paid $16 an hour, bitch. I need to do that math. What is $10 million based on day numbers? Your work expectancy and your life expectancy. So they expect your ass to work 40 years, right? So what is $10 million divided by 40 is $250,000 a year. So if they were gonna break your shit up, you feel me? Over them working years, over them 40 years that your ass is working, right? Then you should be making $250,000 a year because you, based on what they say, your ass, whether you realize it or not, your ass is gonna generate them $10 million. We're gonna get them $10 million out of you one way or another. So whether your ass is aware of it or not is not the issue. They recognize from the moment your ass is born and they give you a social security number, this motherfucker gonna generate this $10 million for us before they leave the fuck up out of here. And we'll create a whole myriad of ways that we can extract that guaranteed $10 million up the fuck off them. Okay? And so say we got possession of our $10 million. For 40 years, that $10 million would mean that we, for 40 years, would be getting $250,000 a year. Okay? What does that mean? Breaking that down, $250,000 a year would be, I want to say it's like, I've done this math before. Because that's what I want. It's funny because that's what I've always said I want to make annually. Is I want to make $250,000 a year. Like, that's what I want to make. I want to make it through writing books and being a rock star and all the talents that I have. This is what I want my wealth to be, is $250,000 a year. Okay. So I've done this math before. I don't remember what it ended up breaking down to, but I'll calculate it another day and tell y'all. But working them 40 years, the $10 million that we generating, whether we realize it or not, the $10 million that we generating for someone else under the guise of, quote, securing for ourselves a decent job, we should be making for them 40 years from the age of 20, for our working years, the age of 20 to the age of 60, we should be making every last one of them. Every last one of us. And I ain't just talking about here in the United States. I'm talking about everywhere on the fucking planet. All these babies being made to fucking work in goddamn coltan mines and shit, they should be making $250,000 a year. Yep, sure enough. $20,000 monthly, right? So what does that mean in terms of, because I've broken it down to how much you need to make in a 40-hour week, working 8 hours a day. How much would it take for you to earn hourly to make $250,000 a year? So if you want to do that math for me, Rhonda Ray Lewis, who is my homie now, we ain't met face to face, but she plotting and scheming with me on something. You feel me? How much you making hourly? Because right now you told that the national minimum wage, the national goddamn minimum wage is still $7 an hour. Did y'all know that? The federal minimum wage is still $7 an hour. That shit is inhumane. It's wage slavery, is what it is. Meanwhile, that what you are not making, even as you are generating wealth, somebody got you only getting the minimum wage. So where the rest of your shit at? Where the rest of your shit is going? Where is the rest of your shit going? Where the rest of your shit going? Because baby, you aren't generating $7 an hour worth of energy if 1 kilogram of your mass can produce the equivalent of 21 megatons of TNT energy. She say here, that the $250,000 a year that we should be making based on our expected energetic production generation from the year from 20 to 60, we should be making $250,000 a year. That means, bitch, we should be making $1,041 an hour. $1,041 an hour. Where my shit at? Where my shit at? Where my shit at? Not where my shit at. Give my shit back. Give my shit back. I should have been, without factoring in the $146,000 that Forbes estimates every woman should be making if she is a single parent or if she is a full-time housewife. Not even factoring that in to the $10 million that I'm already worth. You feel me? That's on top of. So I still want my $146,000 my $146,000 a year since the day my daughter was born. And you can give me half of that $46,000 a year for my stepchildren who moved in with me. And you can give me another half for the foster child I had for the time that I had her. And then you can give me another half of that $146,000 for the two godchildren that live with me for the momentary periods of their life that they live with me as well. Another $146,000 for me and my sister, for my mom and them, for all of the years that she raised us. Hers, back pay, bitch, for the $146,000 a year for the years that my big mama raised the 9 children that she gave birth to, who are wealth generators for this bitch. So she should have had easily $20 million in her lifetime, on top of her $10 million that was attached to her birth certificate when she was born as a wealth generator. I'm telling you the multiplicity of ways that we've been robbed. And because we are comfortable with the robbing, because they put, political jargon on top of it about pulling yourselves up by the bootstraps to earn a decent living, and anybody can do it in the wonderful melting pot that is America. And child, this shit was set up to rob your ass blind. That's all it was set up for. Is to facilitate the continuation of the slave state and the perpetual state of robbery. Everything that you have believed about your life and about your career and all of that shit is set up, boo. They done determined, based on the stock market value of your actual matter, no different than they assign stock market value to a cow. This motherfucker right here gonna generate $10 million for us before they get up out of here. That's what I was on these last few days. I'm tired of feeling frustrated about money because the frustration isn't about money. My frustration, and it wasn't until I got on this deep dive, but I knew it kind of superficially. My frustration isn't about money. My frustration isn't about earning money. My frustration is about I want you to hear me. Feeling rich, feeling deserving of wealth, but it not currently being in my possession. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then this explains it clearly. Like, oh, I am rich. Damn. So people talk about visualize you have the thing already in your possession and how you would feel once it's in your possession. Visualize that now. And that shit always made me frustrated. Like, I don't have to visualize it. I know I'm rich. So why don't I have my riches? Where my riches at? Like, where my wealth at? Like, why I'm in here and I know I'm a genius? Why I'm in here and I know I'm a genius? And that is not to say that genius entitles you to more wealth than the person who may not be, quote, identified as genius. That ain't to say that, because my grandmother didn't finish the 5th grade. My grandmother didn't finish the 5th grade. But guess what my grandmother did? Gave me my motherfucking life. How'd she do that? She gave my mama her life. You feel me? She gave me 24 first cousins through the 9 children that she crafted out of her goddamn body. She didn't have to be a genius. She didn't have to be a genius to deserve her wealth, to benefit from that which she generated out of her goddamn body. She didn't have to be a genius. I want to clarify that because that's the shit that's been used against us. All we have to do is identify some cracker as a genius, and somehow that justifies the wealth that he has stolen from others. Meanwhile, we have to redefine wealth because none of these white boys that are billionaires are geniuses. Not one. We're constantly being told every day, damn, they didn't invent that. They said they invented that. No, they stole it. He said he came up with that and he did. No, they stole it. Why y'all act surprised? Hadn't this been their whole goddamn existence since the advent of colonialism? Is to steal something from someone else, whether it's an idea or whether it's land. Scratch the original name off of it. Paint over any evidence of the original creator of it or possessor of it. Scratch their name on it and say, look what I did. Look what I did. Look, I did that. I don't know why y'all act surprised. Because Bill Gates is not a genius. Elon Musk is the furthest thing identifiable from a genius. But all y'all got to do is attach genius to the front of some white boy name. And every crime he has committed is absolved. Socially absolved. Morally absolved. Spiritually absolved. Politically absolved. And economically absolved. Every crime he's ever committed, all you got to do is put genius in front of a bitch name. And that's their absolution. Trump is not a genius. We have to redefine genius, first of all. Bitch, because you're looking at a genius. You're looking at a genius. And now it's like, damn. I should have paid more attention in my physics class. You know what I'm saying? I should have given a damn more about mathematics so I could in real time work this shit out. But even with my remedial mathematical skills here, I can see in plain sight that the frustration that I have had all my life about feeling in my little girl body that we deserved to be abundant, to have wealth. It was because I didn't understand that we're already wealthy. We're rich. We're wealthy. We're not poor. We're not working class. We are rich. We are born abundant. That's what the mother teaches us. This language that I'm talking about, how the patriarchs have attached currently, since 2022, a $10 million productive potential value on the head of each one of us. That's patriarchal language. But we need patriarchal language. I'm saying give my motherfucking $10 million now. But I wouldn't have to say that if we were still living in harmonious union with the mother, where we are born abundant. We emanate from her abundant. If someone had not commodified the entire planet, had not commodified everything on and in the planet, we would all be abundant. As a matter of fact, like the Golden Age tells us, there would be no reason for us to toil. There would be no reason for us to toil. So we use patriarchal language to assign ourselves our personal value and cannot figure out why we feel deficient, why we feel like imposters, why we feel like I ain't good enough, why we got, quote, low self-esteem. Is because we have used patriarchal value language to attach personal value to ourselves. Oh, you're just a teacher? Well, why would a teacher be looked at that way? It is because we know that motherfucker who is teaching scores of people to be better in life is not being paid the value of their labor, at least as established under this patriarchal, this most recent patriarchal expression, which is imperialist capitalism. That under imperialist capitalism, teachers cannot make a lot of money, but professors can. That crafters cannot make a lot of money, but true artists can. Even regular artists can't make a lot of money, but true artists can't. Who is the true artist? He must be white and male. That's why Andy Warhol can produce shit, trash, hot garbage on a 150-degree day. That's what Andy Warhol produced. But because he was white and male in a world that values white maleness, even if it's awkward, weird, avant-garde, controversial art, like if like art. I put art in quotations when talking about Andy Warhol. Hot garbage on 150, it stank that bad. Hot garbage on 150-degree day. But because he is white and male and positioned in a society that values white maleness over all else, he was a real artist. He was a real author, whoever his name is. So he can amass millions as an author, while someone like Toni Morrison, someone like Octavia Butler, someone like you name the myriad of them, are fighting like hell to exist while they're living, but can get bigged up post-mortem. Bill Hooks, yes, who died alone. The last few interviews I saw with Bill Hooks brought me to tears. Brought me to see a living genius lamenting in the last few interviews that she did about how much more she could have done if she had been supported. This shit is garbage. This shit is garbage. And we have to call the thing what it is. We were abundant under the mother. We are born to be abundant. That's what our fleshly experience is for, is to experience what abundance feels like in the material experience. She gives us the gift of flesh. You understand? What did I write here the other day? Where's that? I was telling y'all about Christianity emerged as a death cult. After I got off of there, I said, spirit, this is based on the tree. We the tree and the other diagram that I drew for you of the chakras, the heavenly chakras above the heart, the earthly chakras below the heart, and the heart representing the actual horizon, the union of heaven and earth. At that line that you see when you look out over the horizon, I took it a step further. I thought about this after I got off the phone with y'all. Spirit receives flesh. Listen to me. Spirit receives flesh in the ceremony of life. Spirit coming through the upper chakras, through the heart, aka the Baomai, the uterus. Spirit receives flesh as a gift in the ceremony of life. This is your birth. This is your birth. On the contrary, flesh must die in order to, flesh must die in order to return to spirit form known as heaven in a death ceremony. Y'all hear what I just said? That is why I say Christianity is a death cult. That is why I say that modern spiritual jargon about I can't wait to ascend and I can't wait to receive wings as we ascend into the 5D. All of that is beautified, patriarchal covering up of the language that is still, in order for you, quote, to ascend to heaven, in order for you to, quote, ascend to the heavenly realm without going through the mother, death is required. Not only did, quote, the death cult leader Jesus, quote, die for your sins in the shedding of his own blood and water through his rib version of the goddamn vulva, and your ass get, quote, covered in the blood of Jesus and eat the body and drink the blood of Jesus in this goddamn cannibal ass death cult. Cannibal ass death cult. Not only do you have to, quote, suffer in life, like pick up your cross and bear your burden, But the ultimate requirement in any death cult, bitch, is your death. All this praying for heaven, and I hope I see heaven, and I can't wait to be with the Lord in heaven. What you are saying is, I cannot wait to die. That's what you are saying. And that's why you can go to a black church anywhere in the motherfucking South, and they talking about, I can't wait to go to heaven and be with the Lord. And everybody in the church is sick. Everybody in the church got cancer. Everybody in the church got high blood pressure or diabetes or whatever the fuck. I'm telling you, real time. I told you I went to church with my mama. And in the period where you're supposed to be able to stand up and give your testimony about how Jesus then intervened in your life, and in a church that motherfucking small, one day that I went to church with my mother, and 15 people, as my mother was suffering in real time with cancer, battling in real time with cancer, 15 people sat up in that goddamn church and talked about their battle with cancer and how Jesus helped them persevere. Bitch, Jesus gave you cancer. Jesus gave you high blood pressure. Jesus gave you diabetes. Jesus gave you mental illness. Jesus allowed you to be in that narcissistic, abusive relationship that your ass is in, because Jesus, in the jargon of Jesus, taught every narcissist how to be a narcissist. Narcissism and narcissistic personality is a byproduct, a symptom of religious indoctrination. Y'all don't want to have the conversation. How you got a church of less than 100 people and 15 of them stand up on the same day? While my mama sitting next to me, she ain't stand up to give no testimony. So 16 people in the motherfucking church done had cancer. One man stood up and told us that he survived 4 different types of cancer. About how he survived brain cancer, testicular cancer. I said, I'm sitting in this church dismayed and bewildered. And I'm like, oh my God, what is happening in this city that this many people in one place can tell a story about how they survived cancer? All of them giving praise and glory to the object of their suffering. All of them giving praise and glory to the object of their suffering, the cause of their suffering. Why? Because Christianity is a death cult. Not only did it require, quote, the death of the Savior then in turn requires your death, whether that is a slow death in the form of disease, because your ass is singing these songs, reading this book, speaking these spells over your life that guarantee your quick rejoining with your Father God in heaven. Well, how do you get to heaven, baby? As flesh. If you are not having sex to get to heaven, because that's what I told y'all the other day. This is a two-sided gateway, the vagina. Two-sided gateway. Spirit comes into form through the fish. The exiting of the gateway. The arrival to the new place. Once you become flesh and you want to return to heaven in the flesh, not escaping the flesh, in the flesh you want to return to heaven. The only way to do that is through the Kundalini serpent, which requires primarily sex for its stimulation into and its rise into the heavenly chakras. This is. If you're talking about going to heaven outside of the union with the mother, and even when I say union of the mother, I'm not talking about gender shit. So those of you who are not heterosexual, those of you who are gay, those of you who do not identify as male or man or woman, those of you who do not identify as man or woman, those of you who are trans, gender fluid, gender non-conforming, non-binary, whatever your bag is, this don't change for you. Your ass got a mama that allowed spirit to come into form. That's you as you are in this life. And in order for you, gender non-conforming, non-binary, gender fluid, whatever, in order for you to experience heaven in your flesh, in your fleshly form, you must be engaged in a spiritual union with the mother. What does that mean? It means that every one of you gay, straight, man, woman, gender nonconforming, trans, gender fluid, non-binary, and all the other identifications for yourself. To be in ecstatic union with the mother that allows you to experience heaven in the flesh, in fleshly form, is through the stimulation of the God, is through the stimulating of the goddess housed in every one of your bodies. Male, female, gender non-conforming, trans woman, trans man, don't matter. Every last one of you motherfuckers got a goddess sitting coiled up, waiting to be stimulated at the base of your spine to wrap herself through all of the chakras so that you, as flesh, can spring forth and experience heaven in the flesh. This is the totality of the life experience, of the life-giving experience, of the life experiencing, of spirit experiencing life in the flesh in the material world. This is nothing but a life cycle. This is nothing but a life cycle. When you start centering how you want to go to heaven, and the way in your mind that you go to heaven is to deliberately avoid and evade the mother. Because what does the Bible tell you? Everything the Bible tells you is what's going to send you to hell are those things that require a spiritual union with the mother. Don't have sex, you feel me? Celibacy, you feel me? If you do have sex, you can only have sex with one person for your whole life, you feel me? Don't dance unless it's to the Lord. Don't sing unless it's to the Lord. Don't listen to the drums in the church that I grew up in, that drums was of the devil, because anything that uses syncopation in the mood, in the music, is evidence that the devil is in the music. So that's all colored people shit, because we all use syncopation. You feel me? That everything the Bible tells you that you, quote, must avoid to secure your place in heaven is to avoid a heavenly reunion with the mother. That is the coiled serpent at the base of your spine, known as the Kundalini, aka Shakti. She exists in all of us. That's what I mean when I say mommy and I are one. And so if you are avoiding holy union with the mother to, quote, go to heaven, we're going to ascend. We're going to ascend. We're going to ascend to the 5D and get wings like angels. We're going to be rescued, swept up by the Galactic Federation. We're gonna be called up. First, those who dead in the ground, and then those who are alive in Christ are gonna be called up into the sky at the sound of the great trump. Bitch, you are talking about, it's not only is it a death cult, it's a goddamn suicidal death cult. That's what it is. You're praying for death. I can't wait to be with Jesus. You're praying for death. That's why your body is riddled with disease. You're praying for death. Because the Father God, the God of war, the God of the death cult that you all have been conditioned since birth to accept, whether that is Judaism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Catholicism, whether it is Islam, whether it is Hinduism, whether it is Buddhism, anything that tells you that the female presence, that the female essence on earth is lower than or less than, and that you do not have to engage in a spiritual relationship with the female principle on earth in order to experience heaven, is a death cult. All of it. Because your attempt to, quote, achieve Shantice, arrive to nirvana, go to heaven, or whatever the fuck, if your ass is a Mormon, to go to your own personal planet with all your baby mamas, or whatever the fuck, is a death cult. It requires your physical, material death. It requires the premature death of the gift given to you by your mother as the powerful, boundless personification of all the generative potential of the universe, gifted in a flesh that could allow you to execute those ideas and demonstrate that power in real time, that shit has to be robbed from you in order for you to go to mythological heaven with Jesus. Then you're going to be surprised when your ass die and there ain't no Jesus and there ain't no motherfucking heaven. Bet your ass is in heaven. Earth is in heaven. Earth is in heaven. And your ass is earth. That's what it means when I say mommy and I are one. Your ass is earth. Your ass is earth. Your ass has literally been casting a spell over your life in your wish and desire to meet Jesus. Your wish and desire. And they did that on purpose. This ain't no shit that I'm just thinking about and damn, she going too deep with. No. If it's a death cult, it's a death cult. That's why you have to see Jesus on the crucifix all the time with his liver. They done poked a motherfucking hole in his liver and shit. Was it his liver or was it his spleen? I forget what side of the body somebody researched what side of the body they jugged him in the I want to say it was his liver side. They poked him in the liver for the water and the blood to pour out. They poked his ass in the motherfucking liver. You feel me? And it's interesting because what did I say? The liver is responsible for what? Birth and rebirth. What did I tell y'all? The liver is responsible for birth and rebirth. I told y'all this long ago. I'm convinced so much of what is in the Bible is a terrible retelling of Asian stories, specifically that you can find in traditional Chinese medicine. I was convinced of it. I have been convinced of it for a long time, but even now I'm just having the epiphany. We've been talking for the last few days about the liver. And if it is the liver where they stuck that nigga, where they done jugged him in the liver, then here is the other evidence that this is the remnants of Chinese philosophy as stolen by Christianity, because in Chinese medicine, the liver governs the processes of birth and rebirth. Here's Jesus. Here, Jesus. You got to be born through your filthy ass mama, which guarantees you death. That's what Christianity tells you. That birth through your mother, the life-giving ritual, the ritual that gives spirit form, is the death that you are guaranteed, because your mama filthy, therefore you are by default filthy. And if you don't get, quote, covered in the blood of Jesus, quote, reborn through Jesus, she the life-giving cult, he the death-giving cult, but his cult as a death cult is supposed to guarantee you some abundance somewhere the fuck else that you can't have here. And then if somebody researched that for me, somebody Google was Jesus stabbed with the spear on the right side of his body or on the left side of his body? Somebody Google that. Was he stabbed on the right side of the body or the left side of the body? Because it'll tell me whether it's his liver or his spleen. They say the right. There you go. That nigga was stabbed in the liver. And now, what do they say about Jesus? What some people say about Jesus is them years that he was on the run, you feel me? And then he just appeared at 33, to be the teacher. They say what? That he was in Asia learning from the monks. So wouldn't it make sense that there would be some crossover in the language and the philosophical language and ideas of the Asian world when Jesus is going through and fro and teaching, and then they write about Jesus in the Bible and he get jugged in the very organ that represents both birth and rebirth? I'm just saying. This is how we have to see the world. This is how I be webbing. This is how I be weaving. This is what my historical, spiritual, esoteric, scientific, health-wise, medicinal, political, historical, religious web be constructed. Anyway, I hope y'all felt me on that. Spirit receives flesh as a gift in the ceremony of life, But under the death, let me write that. Spirit receives flesh as a gift in the ceremony of life, aka birth from the mother's blood and water. Or through the ritual of blood and water. But the flesh must die. Must die. It is a requirement. The flesh must die to return to spirit. That's why I got a problem with that ascension talk, because it's the same language. That's why I said that shit is insidious. It is the same language. I'm going to ascend. It presupposes that the spirit is something higher than, the spirit is something better than, the spirit is something more valuable than the flesh. But the flesh must die in order to return to spirit form. No, let's see. In order to return to spirit, the spirit form known as heaven in a death ceremony. The only way to go to heaven is for your life to end. That's it. The only way for you to go to heaven is for your life, your flesh to cease to exist. It's for you to die. That is what is required in a death ceremony, in a death ritual, in a goddamn death cult. I hope y'all heard me. I hope y'all heard me. I hope y'all heard me. You hear me? I hope y'all heard me. All right, I'm going to sleep. Appreciate you. I said this wasn't going to be no 4-hour goddamn live, and here we is at 3:55:59. But there's a lot to say. There's a lot going on in the atmosphere. You feel me? The mother got an attitude. So anyway, I'm going to go to sleep. So tomorrow, let me just say, today is Wednesday, 2:26 p.m., 2:26 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Today is Wednesday. I have 2 patients to treat today, which I forgot about because my intention was to be in ceremony all day, specific ceremony. I'm going to do my hair as a ceremony. I am going to put money in my hair as a ceremony. But I do have 2 patients today. So outside of that, I'm going to be in ceremonial preparation for when we get together late tonight at 2:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want the 3 names that we are going to be focusing on for the rest of the month and these powerful occurrences, email me and put name in the subject header. If you want to take advantage of the limited time liver specific wellness consults for $75 for 30 minutes, email me and put liver consult. If you want a complete wellness 5 elements wellness consultation, that is $180 regular. You feel me? Email me 5 elements consult. Okay. If you want to get a reading within these next 2 weeks of very powerful, dynamic, radical ass occurrences that started on last week on the 12th all the way to the 31st, and you want to get a divination literally any day from today until the 31st, email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp, Evolutionary Emergence Temple, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Email me and put in the subject header divination so I can give you the details on how to book a divination. You want to plug in some way, and this shit that's coming down the pike over the next 2 weeks. That's on you. If you need direction on how to conduct ceremony or some ideas of ways to conduct ceremony at exactly 16 hours from now, right? At 2:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tonight, then email me and put that in the subject header. Put equinox ceremony or ritual in the subject header. Okay. If you would like to make a contribution or donation to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you can send a Zelle to EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can send your donation to Venmo using my name, Cassandra, with 2 S's, -Floyd. Cassandra-Floyd to Venmo. PayPal is $DaughterOfTheFates. And Cashapp is $daughter-Fates, and PayPal is @Iyapo Ngina, IYAPO NGINA. Those are the places and the ways that you can make donations. Okay. Try not to work too hard today. Try not to overdo anything today. Try to be fully in your body about what your intentions are and your thought processes are as we go into this equinox energy peaking late tonight, early Thursday morning. For you, those of you on the East Coast, it'll be 5:02 a.m. Choose today to be off social media if it is at all possible. Choose today to listen to high frequency music. Listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's always my go-to because they was way ahead of the curve and they understand it. Like if you listen to old Earth, Wind, and Fire, not the popular shit, the old shit, they was way ahead of the curve. Listen to Jupiter. Listen to the song Jupiter. Listen to the song Diana. Like listen to that old Earth, Wind, and Fire. And if that shit don't pick up the frequency on your home, baby, I just can't say nothing will. Listen to old Earth, Wind, and Fire. Listen to some old Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions or something like that. But listen to some shit that is deliberate and purposeful and upbeat and alivening of the spirit, quickening of the spirit. You feel me? Just be as intuitively ceremonial as you can. There's a reason that I made that distinction. Don't be deliberately ceremonial. Be intuitively ceremonial. If in an instant you feel the need to go outside and lay on the ground, that's being intuitively ceremonial. You feel me? If something just overcomes you and you're like, man, I really need to get out of the house. Maybe I should go to the beach, even if it's just for an hour. That is being intuitively ceremonial. Do you understand what I'm saying? So just, the power is ours. Power is ours. It is ours to claim. It is there for the taking. And I'm telling you, all of our heavenly siblings are laying in wait, like, yes, come get it. We got it. Let's go. Come get it. Come get it. We got it for you. Come get it. So just be really purposeful. You can be purposeful and still be intuitively ceremonial. For me, my purposeful, intuitive, ceremonial process was the commitment that I made today to speak ceremony into my hair as I do my hair and as I attach cowrie shells, aka money, to each and every single strand of my locks. That is what I am saying is intuitively yet purposeful ceremony. Do you understand? I will be weaving prayer and money into my hair on this eve of the equinox. Okay? So whatever that intuitive, purposeful ceremony is, determine for yourself. Ask for it to come to you while you're sleeping over the next few hours. But be purposeful and intuitive in your ceremony, in your speech, in your conversations with others, in your care for yourself. And then be ready at the peak of this equinox to call on the goddess Kali, to thank her for the ways that she has shown up in our lives, to instill us with the courage to take the machete and slay through the obstacles that hold us back. If you feel the need, gather a single candle of her colors in particular, black, blue, or red, and say out loud, I am so grateful, Kali, for your presence in the world. I'm so grateful for your presence in your personification as me on earth that gives me the courage to slay my enemies and the enemies of the earth, to give me the courage and the confidence, right? The self-esteem to speak truth out of my vocal cords, to spray fire from my heart through my mouth, to burn away and purge that which is harmful to the process of evolution, whatever. Talk to her through her archetypal story. Thank you for emboldening me with the audacity, courage, and confidence to come out here and slay on your behalf, or whatever the fuck. Thank you for allowing me to be a microcosmic conduit through which your will is done. Thank you. While you scratch the names of those forces that are here deliberately to prevent and stay evolution. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you are a bleeding person, you understand? If you are a person born female with the ability to bleed, you feel me? And you capture your moon blood, take and scratch those names and make sure that those names are covered in your blood as you speak destruction into their life, baby. As you speak vengeance into their life, as you speak divine judgment over their names, not just their names, the names of their ancestors or the energy, not just their names. As you speak their names, you include the energy of their ancestors and their offspring, baby. I'm just trying to give you a word. In the pulling of this weed, may the damage done by them be forever erased from human history, all the way back to their origin and all the way forward in potentialities, or whatever. You can say whatever you want. But what I say is when you're praying or casting conspiracies, use the archetypal energy in whatever you would in the language of what you're casting. Thank you, Kali. You radical. You a gangster. You the original gangster. And I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for your creation, known as the Mother Earth, known as the entire universe. Thank you so much. You a gangster. I fuck with gangsters. Whatever you want to say. Maybe it's a conspiracy that you are casting, and she will hear you in whatever language you speak. If your language is hood, I'm telling you, the mother is still gonna hear you. If your language is gangster, I promise you, she will still respond. If your intentions are true, she will still respond. And then after you cast this conspiracy tonight, you understand, you begin to look for evidence that your conspiracy has worked. As you speak these names, and you cast this conspiracy and you make these petitions tonight on this equinox, and you speak these names out loud, and you thank the mother for her radical and timely and rapid intervention in any way that you need, whether in your life or in the lives of those that you have identified by writing their names on this candle and covering their names with your blood, with your sacred blood, with your sacred offering. Mother, I need to see the evidence quickly and radically that the conspiracy that I have cast has worked. Thank you so much for your timely response. And if you do decide to get a candle, whether you get a 7-day candle and you write the names on the candle, or whether you get a naked candle and etch the names in the candle, once you light the candle, do not put it out. You let that candle burn all the way down. You let it burn until it burns out. Okay? That's what I have for you. I'm going to sleep. I appreciate you all so much. I appreciate y'all fucking gangsters so much. All y'all just riders. It's 2:38 here, so I know it's late as hell for the rest of y'all. I appreciate y'all. I want y'all to know that. I want y'all to believe it. I want y'all to feel it. deep in your bones. That motherfucker right there give a fuck about my life. She give a fuck about my existence. I feel that shit because I want you to feel that shit. You understand me? I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you all to those who have been contributing. Thank you all to those who have been taking advantage of my services, of the readings and the consultations and the divination. And just thank you so much for your presence in my life. Really. Thank you so much for being confirmations from the mother of what it is I've set as a path for my life in complying to the mother's will. Thank you so much for the confirmation that exactly why I believed I was supposed to be here. This is the evidence that this is the evidence that I was supposed to be here for this reason. I appreciate y'all all. I really, really do. And I can't wait for the day that we have our big ass witches revival in some massive stadium somewhere to set this shit really the fuck off. I still have not given up on that ambition that we're going to have a gangster style, 75,000 people in attendance, witches revival to stage a global contest with this monstrous motherfucker on earth. I'm ready. So let's go. Happy equinox. Happy eve of the equinox. I rock with y'all. I like y'all. I like y'all. All right, so I'll see y'all. I told you I was still debating about whether or not I was going to do a live sometime today, but since we are here again at 4 hours, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Why you asking me if I'm gonna dye my hair black? Why you asking me that, Java Watson? That's the most random shit to ask me at 2:40. And why you asking me that? You don't like my hair color? I like my hair color. I mean, I got to dye my roots again, but I like my little red. With my little, it's more black in the back, but I like my little red. You don't like my hair color? What's up with that? Anyway, you can email me and tell me why you want me to dye my hair back black. But it ain't gonna be no time soon. I can tell you that. I like my black hair, but I don't know. I like the red too. Anyway, yeah. So shit. What was I saying? So I don't find it likely that I'm going to do a live today, Wednesday. But I will definitely be doing a live on Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday. We'll be doing lives pretty regularly until we clear this month just because it's so big. But definitely not today. I'm not gonna do a live today. I'm gonna be in ceremony most of the day after I get done with these 2 clients that are coming first thing in the morning. And then after that. And so if you need readings, divination, whatever, Thursday is the day that I'm going to pick up divination. So no divinations today, Wednesday, no nothing. Okay. I've given you enough to prepare for your equinox ceremony. You can email me. I will respond to emails today. So if you want to email me, like if you have any questions or if you want to do this consult or whatever, that I will do. I will answer emails today, but I will pick up doing divination again tomorrow, Thursday, which will still be the equinox because the equinox starts at 2:02 a.m. Okay, cool. Deuces. Good night. Good night, you guys. Take care. I'll see y'all Thursday. Peace.